last night during the middle of the stream for like 4 fucking hours. It's awful. Hated it. It's terrible. But I'm back. Well, I've slept too, so that's good. God damn. Yeah, that was awful. Sorry about that. Nobody's here. Doesn't matter. Nobody gives a fuck. Fake it till you make it, I guess. Talking to the thousands of nobody that it's here. Alright, what are we gonna watch today? Let's see. Oh, we're gonna finish that stupid fucking Gamer from Mars video. It's like 3 hours long. It's very interesting to me. Let me throw out a Twitter post. Let's see real quick. Swear to God, I've been watching this stupid fucking video for like 3 days now. I'm going to finish it today. I think there's like an hour left or something. YouTube has to be difficult. It's like the top internet controversies. It's like a 3.5 hour video or something. It's just like kind of like a blast from the past of what the internet got angry about a lot. Gaming videos, and movie videos, and stuff like that. It's like, oh shit, I remember that. I remember that. The internet gets mad at a lot of shit. It's actually tiring just to think of like the amount of effort stupid people like myself can get angry at shit that does not matter in any way, shape, or form. Oh my god, they made Ghostbusters girls. I'm gonna waste my entire life bitching about it. It's so, like, exhausting to think about. God. Biggest internet controversies of all time. Actually, I have like an hour and a half left of it.
What's happening? What's happening? Hey!
Oh, I can't listen to this. YouTube's gonna annihilate my fucking scrotum. Oh shit! I can't play fucking Lil Jon music. Are you kidding me? I'll get annihilated. There we go. All right.
Despite this, that is where the situation stands today, with neither side backing down from their positions.
No, we already watched
Rose
that
has
one.
vowed never to return to the role under any circumstance.
And the Charlie's
To my
Danger.
dear fans, still
Dangerous.
asking if I will return to that awful show. I wouldn't.
I think it was this one that we stopped at.
On March 31st,
I guess YouTube didn't update it.
2020, Cooking Mama Cookstar was made available for purchase on the Nintendo Switch eShop. On the surface, this seemed like a standard release in a fairly consistent casual gaming series. However, things soon became strange when it was removed from the digital storefront mere hours later with no explanation.
Now, I don't really
This was
remember
when
this
all
one.
hell broke
I'm usually
loose,
keyed
as
into all of
speculation
these.
began running rampant that something sinister was going on under the surface of this seemingly cute and innocent product. You see, it began when people looked through old developer interviews about the game prior to its release,
But not
and
this
they
one.
noticed something interesting. The publisher working on Cookstar, Planet Digital, stated that the software would utilize blockchain technology in order to, quote, add new innovative gameplay that investors can now have equity in. Add that to the reports that the game was causing
like
Switch consoles to
shit?
overheat, and rumors quickly began
so
circulating
annoying.
that Cooking Mama Cookstar was actually just a ploy
What?
to use people's hardware
What are
to
you doing?
mine cryptocurrency.
Orion?
First Playable, the developers of the game, soon spoke out publicly in order to nip these rumors in the bud by claiming that any talk of blockchain technology by the publisher was purely hypothetical and was never actually intended to be included. In addition, data miners confirmed the lack
this
of
came
blockchain
from Mars,
in the game's code. But that still begged the question, why had Cooking Mama Cookstar been removed from
I've
the
been
Switch
following
eShop?
him
Well,
since
as it
he
turns
had
out, the
less
publisher
than
had never
10,000
actually been
subs.
allowed to release the
That's
game
a
at all.
long time
See,
ago. He
it's
was a
important to
very young
understand
kid.
That while Planet Digital was
I think
the
he was
company
still in, like,
publishing
high
Cookstar,
school or
they were
something.
simply licensing the IP from the parent company Office Create. Despite the fact that the owners of the Cooking Mama brand
think
never
I'm gonna-
approved the game's release, Planet Digital decided to launch it anyway without permission. This resulted
I'm
in a
about to
long
die.
legal battle between the two companies, eventually resulting in Cooking Mama Cookstar being discontinued completely.
Yeah, I'm not
Interestingly enough,
familiar too
that
much
is
with
not
this
quite
Cooking
the end of
Mama
the story. During the
thing.
time when the game was still available, Planet Digital was still
Oh, we
selling
did watch
physical
this 'cause
copies
we had The
on their
Last
official
of Us. That's
websites.
when my power
However,
went
after
out.
the lawsuit was said and done, they were
that's fine.
forced to remove it from the storefront. If someone were to go on the website now, they will find a new game called Yum Yum Cookstar instead, a repurposing of the original title with new characters they made in-house. While there are still physical copies of Cooking Mama Cookstar in the wild, there was only a limited quantity made before getting pulled from store shelves due to the lawsuit, giving them the
Interesting.
potential to
I bet
become
those
a
are worth a
valuable
fuckload of
collector's
money.
item in the foreseeable future. When The Last of Us came out in 2013, it was hailed as not just one of the best games of its generation, but also among the greatest of all time. It gave audiences a
I have
storytelling
never played The
experience
Last
that
of
no other
Us.
game
I've only seen
prior
the
had
TV
ever
show.
provided in
I hear
quite
good
the
things.
same way. It elevated the already respected studio who made it, Naughty Dog, to new levels of prestige, and turned the protagonists Joel and Ellie into new mascots for the PlayStation brand. As can be expected with this new level of hype, fans eagerly spoke about the potential for a sequel for years afterward. Rumors had been spreading since the very beginning that Naughty Dog was working on a follow-up, but The Last of Us Part 2 wouldn't be formally announced until 2016,
Ryan, what are
as
you
its
doing?
initial 2019 release date
you a
was
bad
met
kitty?
with
Are you
multiple
being bad
delays.
today?
Fans were growing
Ryan?
increasingly impatient
Are you
to
being
find
bad?
out more information about Part 2. And some
What?
were willing to take drastic measures
What?
to get it. In April of 2020,
Look, you wanna
just
be
2
on-
months before
on
the
stream?
game's official release, a few gameplay clips mysteriously appeared online. Sony quickly struck them down whenever they popped
What?
up, and are thus difficult to track down now. But they still managed to make the rounds.
Yeah, that
regardless,
leak was
and things
real
only
bad.
spiraled from
Everyone,
there,
like,
as
posted
more and
the
more
entire
videos and plot
story.
rumors circulated
Apparently,
across
like,
websites like
Joel
Reddit
dies
and
or
4chan.
something. I
But
don't
the
know.
biggest
I don't
update
play it.
came on
Sorry,
April
spoilers, I
27th,
guess.
when a thread was created on the Reset Era forums which spoiled the entire plot for The Last of Us Part 2. Among the details that had been leaked to the public, 2 stood out from the crowd to the majority of fans. One was the reveal
What?
that Joel, the main character of the first game, would be brutally murdered by a new character by
What?
the name of Abby during the prologue. The second was that gamers would be forced to play as Abby for basically the entire second half of the story. When the event occurred,
Yeah,
it
people
was
did
one
not
of the
like
biggest
that.
leaks in the history of gaming, and people everywhere began wondering who could have done it. The initial theory was that it was a
I
disgruntled
like the
Naughty
show.
Dog
The show's
employee,
great.
as reports had been coming out that the studio was making its developers work long hours in order to crunch and get the game out on
Ooh.
time. However, Sony disputed that claim,
I'm
saying
not
that
gonna
an
win.
outside
Oh,
hacker had
God,
simply
no.
found a weakness in their security. Regardless of how
Damn it.
the information was made public, though, the revelations
big
about the
thing,
plot
though.
sparked massive
Orion,
outrage
what are
from
you
many
doing?
fans.
It's
They
being weird.
lambasted Naughty Dog for killing off Joel, a character they loved, in service of someone new. It was not helped by the fact that rumors were circulating that Abby was actually a transgender woman. This ended up not being true and was merely the result of 4chaners pointing out that she had manly features.
Yeah.
While Last of Us 2 did feature a transgender
is
character, it was
dumb.
not Abby. Nonetheless, that didn't stop critics from accusing the studio of filling the game with SJW
Ow!
propaganda.
Stop
What
licking
followed
me.
were several months of enraged
tongue
Last of
hurts.
Us fans sending angry messages towards the developers and cast of the sequel.
He's being
with some
needy
who worked on
today.
the game even receiving death threats. An entire subreddit, The Last of Us 2, was created solely for the purpose of mocking the game. Even to this day, a new post can be seen on the forum poking fun at the despised sequel. On June 19th, 2020, the day Last of Us 2 hit store shelves, its user score on Metacritic plummeted to 3.4 out of 10. That's not to say everyone hated Naughty Dog's sequel though. In fact, many professional reviewers adored the game for its themes regarding revenge and the cycle of violence. And the disparaging scores between critics and users on review aggregate sites are plain to see. This led to several
I think I'm
clashes
fucked
between
on
those
this.
who loved Last of Us Part 2 and those who hated it. Many people even accused the critics of being paid by Naughty Dog to give the
I
game
am.
a good
I
score.
like the MCU,
but the
yeah.
sales figures tell a different
I'm
story.
an MCU
Last
whore
of Us
for sure.
2 quickly became the fastest selling PlayStation 4 exclusive at the time of release, and currently has sold over 10 million copies worldwide. As of now, it's unclear what the future holds in terms of further Last of
am I
Us
gonna make it?
games. But the fact that the recently released HBO television show has said that they'll be adapting Part 2 for their second season means that all
nice.
this could soon
Why,
start
what's
up
up?
all over again.
Dr. Doom stuff?
Following
Dr. Doom
the
talk?
massive success
I
of
have
The
watched
Jungle
Deadpool
Book in
3, yes.
2016, the Walt Disney Company began a binge of remaking their entire catalog of old cartoons in live action. This strategy
My number one hatred for that, I actually didn't, like, I don't really care that they're remaking these in, like, live action. I know they're not live, they're, like, CGI or whatever. It really bothered me when the Lion King, the Can You Feel the Love Tonight song came on, and it was all during the day. That really fucking bothered me.
was already controversial amongst critics and audiences, many of whom believed them to just be hollow and soulless retreads of the original classics. But one would end up sparking a greater firestorm than all the rest: the remake of 1998's
I didn't see Mulan.
This all began amidst the protests in
Yeah,
Hong Kong due
I
to
think the
concerns that the
Gambit thing.
region's
Okay,
independence
so
from the
like,
Chinese government.
interestingly enough, the very first time I saw Ryan Reynolds was in Blade 3, right? Trinity? I don't even remember what that movie's about. But I remember watching him in the movie. And I was never like the biggest Blade fan. I didn't even know it was part of the MCU until like not that long ago, to be completely honest. Like maybe like 15 years. Okay, so maybe it was a little while ago. But the Gambit thing was the most surprising shit ever. And I was like, when I saw him, I was like, good for you, man. Because I know he really, really wanted to make that shit happen.
Government would soon
I was
erode.
really
As time
excited
went on
for
and
it.
clashes between police and demonstrators became increasingly violent, the
It was so
protests
good.
became international news.
In like
Many
a
onlookers in the
comic book
West
nerd
sympathized
kind of
with
way.
those
Oh shit.
fighting to keep their freedom, and it was around this time that they took notice of the reluctance of many American
I need to watch it
corporations to
again.
speak out against the Chinese
At some
Communist
point.
Party. Ire became
'Cause
director
I mean,
of
there's
Disney
just
when
so
it was
much shit in that
discovered
movie,
that
it's so
Liu
dense.
Yifei, the star of the upcoming Mulan remake, had publicly spoken out in favor of the police in Hong Kong.
I also support Hong Kong police. You can beat me up now. What a shame for Hong Kong.
This statement enraged both protesters in Hong Kong and their supporters overseas, who all called for a mass boycott. Disney, for the most part, tried their best to avoid addressing the situation altogether, as they did
This
not
seems to
want
be
to
working
disturb
out.
the
Oh, yeah, the
massive
Hong
Chinese
Kong
film
thing.
market or risk their relationship with the Chinese government. Jason T. Reed, a producer on the movie, gave a
Shit.
public statement in an attempt to calm
Kill him.
things down.
Get him.
It's
Kill
a
him.
very
Kill him.
complicated situation for performers
Ooh,
who
I'm
live
gonna
in
take-
China and work in China. Obviously,
Oh,
the
fuck.
tensions
Oh, fuck.
between the two
Oh,
entities
it's not
is
good.
very complicated. I feel badly for her that the conversation inevitably turns to this.
Kill
and
him.
I hope
Kill him.
that when
I've
audiences
only got one
see
left.
the movie, that the
Oh,
conversation
goddammit.
turns back to what an amazing performance she brought in and how much she had to
I
do
didn't see
in order
the
to bring
live action
character to
Mulan.
life.
Needless to say, this
Didn't
did
have
not quell the
Mushu in it.
discourse, but Disney stood their ground
Why did they
and
do
did
that?
not release the actress from the project. However, Mulan was still facing problems behind the scenes as the COVID-19 pandemic forced them to delay its release in theaters. Eventually, though, they realized they had another option. Rather than showing it in cinemas, they could instead premiere it on their Disney Plus streaming service at a premium rental price of $30. But Disney was not out of the woods just yet. With the film now viewable, audiences noticed something interesting. In the special thanks section of the credits, one of the names listed was the publicity department of the CPC
Artisan
Xinjiang
TD.
Autonomous Region Committee, a Chinese government entity which has detained over 1 million.
Have you never played a tower
Muslims
defense
and
game?
placed them in concentration
They've been around
camps.
since like 93
People were once
or
again
something,
outraged over
right?
this, citing Disney's hypocrisy as a supposed champion for diversity and inclusion while also allying with people accused of heinous actions. The company again avoided commenting on the issue, and due to its release on a streaming service, it's unclear exactly how well Mulan performed. But it's probably safe to say that this is an incident the entertainment juggernaut would rather you forget. After the release of their earth-shatteringly
StarCraft 95.
successful cinematic film Avengers
Yeah,
Endgame,
Plants vs. Zombies
Marvel
Tower Defense,
Studios
for sure.
wanted the world to know they were nowhere near done just yet. They set to work announcing an avalanche of upcoming projects, many of which featuring new characters who would serve as the next generation of Marvel
What is
heroes
this?
on screen.
This
One of these
is,
projects
the Eternals.
was
I actually liked the
based on
Eternals.
Jack
I don't know why
Kirby
everyone
comic
has such a hate
1976
boner for
about
it.
a group of immortal godlike beings. The detail that
Like,
really
I
got
thought-
people's attention
I thought it was
that
a fun
to
movie.
Be directed by
I like
Chloe
the
Zhao.
actors
The
and
Disney
everything.
marketing machine was putting a lot of hype into Eternals. It seemed as though they wanted the public to look at it as a prestige film rather than another fun popcorn action movie. One of the main details they emphasized was that it was being shot in real locations rather than entirely in front of a green screen like
Ooh, I
most
might
other
actually
Marvel
beat this
projects
one.
at the time. They also
Let's
made
go.
sure to emphasize that it would be the first MCU film to feature a scene of two characters being intimate. It seemed general audiences weren't taking the bait though, and hype for the film amongst anyone who wasn't a Marvel diehard was low in the months leading up to its release.
Did it?
There were some media
This is pretty good.
organizations who
It
chose to
crashes all the
interpret
time. I'm
lack of
actually surprised
excitement
it
for
hasn't crashed
Eternals
yet.
as bigotry against its diverse cast. However, unlike previous examples of similar claims being made, these did not create much controversy. Perhaps people had become tired of
Yeah,
this
I don't
sort
know.
of
I like the
discourse
Eternals,
online,
though.
or maybe they simply didn't have
I've actually
strong
watched
enough
it,
feelings towards Eternals to
relatively
expend their energy
speaking,
on it.
more
There's
than
also the matter of the film
a
featuring
lot of the
first gay
MCU
kiss in
films
a
that
Marvel movie.
I've
As
seen.
is the case with most projects produced by Disney, the scene was cut for international releases of the film in countries in which homosexuality was much more taboo. When Eternals debuted in theaters, it only managed to
back to
gross
the map.
slightly over $402 million globally. While this is a lot of money, it's still an
Agribusiness?
underperformance,
Couldn't get into it.
especially by Marvel standards. Being based
Like,
on
I
one of
thought
the most popular
it was very beautifully shot because they didn't use like a green screen and they went on location, like especially to that last like fight scene or whatever, and it was like at sunset and they were on the beach and stuff. Like, you could tell that they were there. I thought that was really cool. But I do agree that it probably should have been like a Disney Plus show to like make it, because they had what, like 13 fucking characters or something in there. That definitely should have been a show. But what is this one about? This is Spider-Man. What?
Superheroes in the world, it should be no surprise that Marvel's
I didn't
Spider-Man
play
was a
Miles
smash
Morales
hit when it was
Spider-Man.
released in
I want
2018.
to, though.
Fans adored the gameplay and the story's depiction of the main character, Peter Parker, and anxiously awaited the follow-up.
Blizzard
In order to
turret.
whet players' appetites before the full sequel was complete, Studio Insomniac Games decided to release a short spin-off featuring
advantage of
Parker's
its power
fellow
over small
arachnid-themed
creatures to
superhero
build a
Miles
farm.
Morales. While the game received some accusations of being SJW filth due to the race of its lead, the vast majority of reactions from critics and audiences were positive. That being said though, a reviewer for the website GameStop had a very strange reason for enjoying it.
The way he leaps off of rooftops and flips backwards to face the camera before falling into a headfirst dive is just full of the exaggerated swagger of a black teen.
This clip was soon posted on Twitter and quickly gained attention from people gawking at the presenter's odd choice of words. At first, most people assumed that the reviewer, Jordan Ramey,
I don't
was
remember
white
people
due
getting
to
angry
the
about
sound of his
this.
voice,
There's
and
so
thus
much to get
accused
angry
him
about,
of being
though, so.
racist. This quickly faded when it was revealed that Jordan was black, but it did not stop the masses from continuing to poke fun at him. GameStop was clearly not amused by this new meme though, with one editor for the site responding to the original tweet by saying,
GameSpot editor here. If you actually bothered to read and listen to
Shit.
Jordan's review, who was black, the majority of it explored Miles's experience of being a black character in NYC. This shameful tweet of yours just reeks of you assuming he was white and speaking out of turn.
This response did nothing to calm things down, and only
don't think
served
they
to
wanted me
spawn
to do
further
this.
mockery as people accused
This is
GameSpot
not the
of taking the
intended thing.
situation far too seriously. As with
The
most
intended
internet
way.
trends, this eventually died down. But exaggerated swagger of a black teen is still a popular phrase in the online vernacular.
Is it? I don't remember
Development
that
studio
at all.
CD Projekt Red
Oh, shit.
released
I didn't play the DLC for this, but I replayed it after they fixed everything, and that was like 2 years ago. It's a really fucking good game. Maybe I'll reinstall it and have a go at it. It's been about 2 years. And I love me my cyberpunk shit. I remember I streamed it because I bought it for the PlayStation 4. The game barely worked, and it was so fun to stream because it was so bad. It was so fucking horribly bad. As far as like the actual playing it. The game
the
itself
teaser
is
trailer
amazing.
for their ambitious new game, Cyberpunk 2077, way back in January of 2013. While it generated some buzz at the time, it wouldn't be until a few years later that people really started to take notice. In 2015, the studio released The Witcher 3: Wild Hunt, which became their first large-scale mainstream hit. This success put more eyes on both CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk 2077, as their new massive fanbase became eager to play the next big open-world experience from the developers. After lying dormant for several more years, Cyberpunk finally received a new trailer which debuted at E3 2018. This gave a much better look at what the world of the game would be like. Combined with the studio's newfound reputation for crafting high-quality releases, hype went through the roof. Some wondered why there
may
was such
have
a long
to
gap between the two trailers, but this was
reinstall
minimal
this.
compared to the overwhelming excitement felt by most people. Hype hit a fever pitch the very next year at E3 2019. Not only did they confirm an April 2020 release date, but it was also announced that Keanu Reeves would feature as a character. Bringing in famous actors in order to promote games was a bit of a growing trend at the time, and added an extra layer of pedigree to each release. The crowd's love for Reeves was clear during his speech following the trailer, which ended up being derailed by rowdy audience members.
An enhanced mercenary working in the sleazy underbelly of the city. Yeah.
Is it you're breathtaking?
Let me tell you.
Is that what they're doing here?
The feeling of being there, of walking the streets of the future, is really going to be breathtaking. You're breathtaking. You're all breathtaking.
That's funny.
All right. So,
At the time, this was seen as very wholesome 100, and CD Projekt Red received bountiful Reddit gold for including Leigh Reeves in both their game and presentation, but soon enough they'd be taking an arrow to the knee. As the months passed, it became increasingly
God damn it,
clear
Gamer
that
from
not
Mars.
everything was going smoothly behind the scenes at the studio.
What is-
When the
oh,
initial
shit.
April 2020 release date was announced, it came as a surprise to not only the audiences, but to Cyberpunk's developers as well. They had been looking over all the work that still
Don't
needed
kill
to
my
be done and estimated
grain.
that it would not be complete until 2022. Some people on the staff thought it was a joke at first, while others placed bets on how long it would be until a delay was announced. As it turned out, it wouldn't
Oh,
be long.
thank God.
Cyberpunk
Okay.
2077 was delayed first
I
to
didn't know they were
September,
going
then
down there.
November, then finally December 2022. With each passing month,
Okay,
the
that's
Redditors
fine.
became more and more impatient to play the mythical title, even going so far as to send death threats to the developers for making them wait. Yes, as the December release date drew nearer, it was obvious that a certain subsection of fans had taken their excitement too far. In their mind, Cyberpunk 2077 was going to be a masterpiece, and they could not even imagine a reality in which it ended up being less than perfect. But as critics started getting their hands on pre-release copies, they began to publish unflattering portrayals of the product, much to the anger of these fans.
It
One
wasn't
writer
great.
by the name of Liana Rupert, who suffered from epilepsy, stated in a review that she had experienced a seizure while playing one of Cyberpunk's flashier sequences, and criticized CD Projekt Red for not including a proper warning about it. This was enough to push some hardcore gamers into a frenzy, and they began sending her videos of flashing lights designed to trigger her seizure. But
Oh,
when
wow,
the game
that's
was
fucked
finally
up.
released to the public, they
Why the
realized
fuck
that
do
their
people have to be so
fanaticism may have been
stupid?
misplaced. While the PC version of Cyberpunk that most of the early reviewers played was relatively stable, the same could not be said for the console editions. Gamers reported countless intrusive bugs
God,
that frequently
people
interrupted
have
their
no
gameplay.
chill.
This would obviously be disastrous for any game, but given both the level of hype surrounding Cyberpunk and the years of development it had been given, players wondered how it could have been released in such an unfinished state. CD Projekt Red soon issued an apology for the condition of their game and offered full refunds for any dissatisfied
they
console
pulled
players.
it from the
While
store.
this may seem generous, it proved to be easier said than done for customers to actually get their money
PlayStation
back.
4 store,
Since
anyway.
the studio did not have any special agreements with Sony or Microsoft, which would circumvent the already established refund policy for their digital storefronts.
Uh-oh.
However, Sony took it upon themselves to honor any refund requests and even
Shit,
went
two
so
of them
far
got
as to
through.
delist the game from the PlayStation Digital Store. Something completely unheard of for any AAA release. It was eventually put back up for sale in 2021, although it came with a warning for PlayStation
damn that
4
one.
owners. As all of this was happening, the studio was suffering massive losses. Their stock price plummeted by over 9% following the early responses, and several
that's
investors
sad,
joined forces
man.
in order to file a class action lawsuit against the
I
studio.
can't even imagine the
allegedly
morale.
misrepresenting their product
Them
prior
like
to
working on a
release.
game
This
for
was
however
eventually
many
settled
years,
for 1.85
like 10
million.
years.
Following all of
Comes
this,
out and everyone's
CD
like, "Ah,
Projekt's
shit."
co-founder and CEO opted to step down from his role at the company. Even after their disastrous launch, CD Projekt Red continued to work on their game and release updates in an attempt to smooth over the many glitches. While a lot of console players still report experiencing bugs, particularly on the last-gen systems, those who have been able to look past the imperfections have largely responded favorably to Cyberpunk. User
it's
scores
great.
for the game on current-gen
absolutely great.
consoles are mixed, but lean ever so slightly towards the positive. Despite the fixes, though, it's unlikely CD Projekt Red will ever be able to live down the disgrace caused by Cyberpunk 2077. In the late 90s and early 2000s, one of Cartoon Network's most popular shows was the Powerpuff Girls. Following the adventures of three superpowered little kids, the stylized animation and over-the-top violent actions captured the attention of audiences everywhere, turning the series into a global phenomenon
Is
for a
this
period of
the
time.
failed
Because of
live
this,
action
many
one
attempts have been made over the years
that they were trying to do on
recapture that
the
success
CW?
with less than stellar results. And one of these failed reboots managed to unite the internet in outrage despite the fact that it has
think it
never
is.
been released. In August 2020,
Yeah,
the CW
it
network
is.
announced that they were developing a live-action series which would follow the Powerpuff Girls as adults
Oh, I'm
in their
so happy that
20s,
didn't
dealing
come out.
with the trauma they faced in their childhood as superheroes. The cartoon's original creator, Craig McCracken, was not involved, with the project instead being co-written by Diablo Cody and Heather Rainier. While this news ruffled the feathers of many longtime fans, this was brought down slightly when McCracken himself stated that he was, quote, curious to see what they do with it. The production continued normally for the next few months,
had to say
with the
that.
lead roles
He
soon
fucking
being
hated it.
filled
You
by
know he hated
actresses
it.
Chloe Bennett, Yana Perot, and Dove Cameron. While things seem to be going well from an outsider's perspective, with some scenes
What are
even
these
starting to
doing?
be filmed,
Like,
there was
there's
clearly
little
some
ones that
troubles
get
happening
through.
at
I
the
don't like
studio.
that.
On May 24th, 2021, the
Really
CW
annoying.
announced that they would be completely reworking Powerpuff from the script level while still keeping on the same cast and crew. In a statement to the press, the president of Warner Bros. TV Group said the following.
I'm not going to say that it hasn't been a challenge. Bringing a children's cartoon into live-action adulthood has been a really fine line to walk, but I think we've done a pretty good job walking it.
Well, they most likely hoped that they would be able to
I
rework
fucked that one
things
up, didn't I?
quietly after this. They were not so lucky. Later that same day, the entire original script for the pilot was leaked onto the internet, and fans were universally horrified by what they read. Among
did
the
not
many
like it.
questionable choices in this draft were multiple
all.
mentions of the girls having sex and doing drugs, ham-fisted political rhetoric, and characters behaving completely differently to how they were portrayed in the original cartoon. The major consensus by most people who saw this script was that it was simply trying too hard to be hip and adult, while completely losing sight of what the old Powerpuff Girls show was trying to accomplish.
Blossom's fine. I saw on her Insta that she has a boyfriend. I saw on her LinkedIn that she got promoted. And I saw on Facebook that she still talks to Grandpa despite their political differences. Coming
it's
back
so
here
bad.
is probably triggering for
would they
her.
do that?
Why? Because she's the one who killed Mojo. I mean, moveon.org?
Despite the immense backlash, the CW soldiered on with the project.
bad.
But when Chloe Bennett dropped out of her role a few months later in August, the writing seemed to be on the wall. Things remained quiet from the Powerpuff crew for quite some time, until it was finally announced in May of 2023 that the entire thing had been scrapped by higher-ups. While it hasn't been confirmed one way or another if the leaked script had anything to do with the cancellation, most onlookers agree that the immensely negative reaction the internet had to it certainly didn't help. In June of 2020, Sony released the first trailer for their new game, Horizon Forbidden West, a follow-up to the 2017 Horizon Zero Dawn. While many audiences praised the beautiful landscapes showcased in the gameplay,
What's wrong with
there were
Forbidden
some who
West?
took
Oh,
issue
she looks
with
like a
other
man or
aspects
something?
of its graphics. As one such
Probably
critic
what
wrote
they're
on
talking
Twitter,
about.
Is it me or Sony be making their lead female protagonist look masculine as hell? Barely no curves or rough non-feminine features, unlike the average women. Like, cough cough, The Last of Us 2's Ellie, etc. Just saying hashtag my 2 cents. Pick from the game on the left, fan made on the right. Higher fans, lol.
The post soon went viral, with people mocking the Twitter user for complaining about such a trivial thing. And the crowds had fun creating memes about the
Son
edits
of a
he made to the
bitch.
face of the game's main character, Aloy. The original poster soon deleted his tweets and the outrage subsided, but it
God,
was a
the
brief
internet.
snippet of a debate that had been raging for years. As some gamers believe, there was a concerted effort behind the scenes of the video game industry to desexualize female characters. Similar controversies have also befallen games like Tomb Raider, the Resident Evil 4 remake, and Street Fighter 6. In fact, this battle was being fought all the way back in 2016. When the game Overwatch was first coming out, players were invited to join a beta test and give their thoughts to the publisher Blizzard. While most people expressed their opinions on the gameplay and balancing, one forum user took particular issue with the victory pose for the character Tracer,
That's
which
so
seemed to draw
stupid.
special attention to her
Who
rear
cares?
end.
What about this pose has anything to do with the character you're building in? It's not fun, it's not silly, it has nothing to do with being a fast elite killer, it just reduces her to another bland female sex symbol.
It's funny
sparked
because debatably, because I was a big Overwatch player. They gave her another pose that I think is like even more sexual, but
Massive debate, with people arguing
don't know.
back and forth about whether or not
It's
the
pretty
pose
funny.
should stay. Eventually, Overwatch's director Jeff Kaplan stepped in and said they would be removing it from the game.
And
This
they did.
decision only caused
That's
further
true.
outrage, with those on the other side of the issue accusing Blizzard of bending the knee to people who would never be satisfied. But the company stood their ground, and the pose remains absent from Overwatch to this very day. In the years following Sony's Ghostbusters fiasco in 2016, the studio spent that time trying to figure out what to do next with the film franchise. Clearly, a complete reboot with an entirely new cast wasn't what the audiences wanted. Their solution was a back-to-basics approach, bringing together the old cast and making the story take place after the events of Ghostbusters 2,
I never
following
saw
the descendants
those
of the original
Ghostbusters
team.
movies.
The film was officially announced in July of 2019.
I hear they were like pretty
with
okay.
Jason Reitman, the son of the original movie's director Ivan Reitman, set to direct. As with most movies around this time, its production and release experienced multiple delays due to the COVID-19
I don't know how I'm
pandemic.
gonna
With this
get
extra
through
time,
this.
there were some who expressed outrage, accusing Sony of bending the knee to sexists and racists who raged against the 2016 film. Some news outlets set their sight on Jason Reitman after he did a podcast where he promised to quote-unquote hand the movie back to the fans. They argued that the people who hated Paul Feig's Ghostbusters were no fans at all and were just bigots who didn't want to see minorities enter their spaces. The online world braced itself, waiting for the typhoon of anger to begin all over again. But things remained relatively calm. There were arguments, of course, but nowhere near the level of 2016. It seemed as though the internet simply couldn't be bothered to go through all of that drama again over a movie for children. There were those who were excited and those who weren't, and it didn't go much further than that. When Ghostbusters Afterlife finally released in November of 2021, it ended up grossing slightly over $204 million at the global box office, falling slightly behind 2016's $229 million. The thing is, due to COVID restrictions, its higher domestic gross, and Afterlife's much lower budget, this was enough for Sony to consider the film a financial success. After the motion picture's theatrical run, Sony soon announced the Ghostbusters Ultimate Blu-ray Collection, containing copies of Ghostbusters 1, 2, and Afterlife. While many fans were excited for this, some were quick to point out one glaring omission: Ghostbusters 2016. Chief among them was none other than Paul Feig himself, who went to Twitter to ask Sony why his film wasn't included in the collection, despite the answer being obvious to
fucking hated it.
Eventually, the studio caved and added a digital copy of the movie to the box set to appease the feminist comedy director.
Cowboy Bebop is one of the most critically acclaimed anime series of all time, with fans across the globe viewing it as a must-see piece of art. And as is the case with something so popular that was made in a foreign country, eventually American studios would want to cash in on it. In 2018, Netflix announced that they had acquired the rights to the then-in-development live-action adaptation of the series. By that point, anime fans had been burned before by Hollywood remakes.
That's why I like this video. It's because like I'm listening to it obviously, and I'm like, what is this? You want to get it, like figure it out before he actually says it. Yeah.
In fact, they already had reason to distrust Netflix, specifically.
So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, and I haven't seen. Okay, so I've heard middling reviews on Death Note. One way or the other, most of it is not great, but I think everyone generally agrees that like the One Piece live action is actually pretty good. I haven't watched the Avatar one myself. I watched like the first 2 episodes and I thought it was whatever. And I love Avatar. I need to finish that one as well. But people seem to not like the Cowboy Bebop one, and did they do a Neon Genesis Evangelion one? Or was that like, that may have been something else. But I think like the One Piece one is the only one that people like really liked.
After their universally panned film adaptation of Death Note. Because of this, skepticism ran rampant online merely from the announcement. These early concerns became validated when Netflix released a first look at the main cast in their costumes. While some original series fans did not appreciate the race swapping of the character Jet Black, far more people were focused on Daniela Pineda as Faye Valentine, who wore a much less revealing outfit than her animated counterpart. Although many viewers were able to overlook this, the critics were apparently vocal enough that the actress decided to respond on her Instagram.
First, I wanted to apologize to the fans that I did not anatomically match the Faye Valentine character. 6 foot, double D size breast, 2-inch waist. They looked everywhere for that woman and they couldn't find her. It's kind of weird. So they just went with my short ass. I know. Am I right?
This video split onlookers, with one side finding it to be a humorous clapback at the haters, while the other side saw it as blatantly disrespectful to the source material. This divide continued all the way through the show's marketing cycle, as a general consensus could not be reached on whether or not it appeared to be a faithful recreation of Cowboy Bebop.
Does Spike Spiegel
have a fake eye? I don't think he has a fake eye.
Wait, hang on a second before we get into hot water. Is there some reference we don't know about?
But as initial reviews started to come out, the verdict seemed clear. Critics lambasted the show for its garish set and costume design, clunky and unfunny dialogue, and seeming disrespect for the anime it was adapting. The crushing blow came when Shinichiro Watanabe stated in an interview he could not bring himself to watch past the first scene.
I stopped there and so only saw that opening scene.
Ooh, that's not good.
It was clearly not Cowboy Bebop, and I realized at that point that if I wasn't involved, it would not be Cowboy Bebop.
Ooh.
I felt that maybe I should have done this. Although the value of the original anime is somehow far
that's
higher
scathing.
now.
The disappointment felt by the
that
IP's
sucks.
creator only made public opinion on Netflix's adaptation sour even more. While reviews from general audiences still seem to be mixed, the vocal backlash to the show on Twitter was clear, and Netflix opted to cancel it less than a month after releasing the first season. The character of She-Hulk has been a fan favorite of Marvel fans.
Of course, it's She-Hulk. So, everyone makes fun of the twerking scene in She-Hulk. But looking back on it, like, they fucking loved that shit. They loved the fact that she did that. If they didn't, people wouldn't have anything to, like, make fun of. That is, like, a gift to the fucking, like, MCU haters. Because they use it all the time. Like, I don't really care one way or the other. I just think it's funny because, man, they fucking love using that.
Ever since writer and artist John Byrne reinvented her as a fourth wall breaking wisecracker in 1989. Despite her popularity amongst comic readers, though, most general audiences had little to no familiarity with her beyond her connection with the much more well-known Hulk. That's why, when it was announced that she would be getting her own series on Disney Plus to premiere in August of 2022, some onlookers preemptively decided it would be a culture war battleground before a trailer had even been released.
Yeah.
When people finally did get a first look at the show in May, there were many who believed that it looked terrible, validating their prior concerns. The most major criticism by far was about the CGI and how it looked cheap and uncanny.
Yeah, my internet like went out last night for like 5 fucking hours.
Trailers receiving immense amounts of dislikes.
Like playing, doing my shit,
director
and
Kat
whoop,
Coiro
I heard a
soon
transformer
spoke up in the
pop.
show's defense in the days leading up to the premiere.
In terms of the
like, God damn
CGI
it.
being critiqued, I think that has to do with our culture's belief in its ownership of women's bodies. I think a lot of the critique comes from feeling like they're able to tear apart the CGI woman.
It should not come as a shock that this statement was not received well by anyone.
Bitch,
Even
this
people
one's
who didn't
killing
believe
me.
She-Hulk would be SJW propaganda were outraged. What must be understood is that during this time, Marvel was facing severe scrutiny for their treatment of CGI artists, allegedly giving them heavy workloads and tight deadlines while also paying them very little. So this comment from Coiro appeared to many to be a transparent attempt at moral grandstanding to deflect attention away from the real problem. When the first episode was finally released to the public, there were still some aspects that people took issue with. One moment which got shared around online quite a bit was a scene in which Hulk is trying to explain to his female counterpart how to control her anger and keep from turning into the She-Hulk when she
people
doesn't
didn't
want
like
to.
that.
In response, she tells him,
Well, here's the thing, Bruce. I'm great at controlling my anger. I do it all the time. When I'm catcalled in the street, when incompetent men explain my own area of expertise to me, I do it pretty much every day, because if I don't, I will get called emotional or difficult, or might just literally get murdered.
This irked many longtime Marvel fans who did not enjoy seeing this character who they had seen struggle with this anger
people did
for
not
several
like them
movies
doing
at
that.
point be talked down to by a newcomer. Of course, there were others who disregarded this criticism as simply the cries of upset incels, but it certainly did nothing to start the show off on the right foot with general audiences. But the scene which received the most widespread attention by far star came in the show's third episode. After She-Hulk has a meeting with rapper Megan Thee Stallion, the two decide to begin dancing together, culminating in the character twerking.
People fucking love that
exploded in
shit.
popularity on sites like Twitter, with people mocking the awkward animation and the sheer absurdity of it. As of now, it's unclear.
By the way, that was the point, right? Like, I'm not defending She-Hulk. I think it's whatever. I can take it or leave it, but it did, like, it was a post-credit kind of stupid throwaway, like, 10-second scene. Nobody gives a fuck. The ending was off on the episode. Yeah, it's fine. Like, again, I've said this. I don't care, like, about this shit enough to get angry at it. I'm not a movie critic. I sit down, like, I'm a fucking brain dead moviegoer. Like, if something takes me out of my shitty life for, like, 2 hours, I'm fine. I liked it. Liked the movie. Doesn't matter. I just don't care enough about movies like that to get angry. Like, okay, shiny things flashing, whatever, great. If it's got some kind of, like, very poignant thing about it that people like, great. Like, I'm not a critic, and I really don't give a shit. Like, I like She-Hulk. I watched it, and it was fine. It was silly. It's so fucking silly. Somebody... Did you get that? Who do I got here? Alex. And I'm not paying you nothing for nothing. Kill Marv Man. Here, I'll kill him. Bam. He's dead. Good job.
Clear if Marvel plans to give She-Hulk a second season, but it's all but inevitable that the character will be resurfacing eventually.
Yeah, I hope she comes
Jeffrey
back.
Dahmer
Like, I don't
is
really
among
care
the
about
most
a
notorious serial
second
killers
season.
in American history, being responsible for the horrific murders of 17 people between the years of 1978 and 1991. Due to the disturbing nature of this crime, many people have become fascinated with the story as time has gone on, and this only became more prominent with the rise of true crime content. So, when Netflix tried their hand at adapting the historical events into a television drama in 2022, it was bound to cause a stir. But nobody could have predicted just how big of a reaction
I really enjoyed watching that.
From the get-go, many people criticized Netflix for what they saw as glorifying the actions of a sadistic monster. While some of these people were mixed on whether or not the show portrayed Dahmer in a sympathetic light, it was unanimously agreed by the people who hated the show that it was in poor taste to turn the real-life story of a madman going on a murderous rampage into entertainment. And nowhere was that argument better exemplified than the show's most outspoken critics, the family members of the people Jeffrey Dahmer killed. On September 22nd, 2022, Eric Perry, cousin of victim Errol Lindsay, quote-tweeted a clip from the show in order to express his displeasure with Netflix.
I'm not telling anyone what to watch. I know true crime media is huge right now, but if you're actually curious about the victims, my family are pissed about this show. It's re-traumatizing over and over again. And for what? How many movies, shows, documentaries do we need?
The clip in question showed a side-by-side comparison of Lindsay's sister, Rita Isbell, giving her emotional victim statement during Dahmer's trial, alongside the recreation of that moment from the series. Isbell herself also spoke out publicly against the streaming juggernaut in the form of an essay published to Insider. She claimed that Netflix had never reached out to her during the development of their show, leading her to believe that they were only interested in making money, not actually telling the victims' stories. Once the ball was rolling, other relatives of those murdered by Dahmer spoke up saying that they too had not been contacted by the program's creator prior to release. Shirley Hughes, mother of victim Tony Hughes, explicitly said that the writers completely mischaracterized her son's story, saying simply, "It didn't happen like that." The program's co-creator, Ryan Murphy, quickly spoke up in his defense.
See if the
he claimed that the production team had reached out to victims' families, but not a single person responded.
It was still a good show.
Public perception was very much against the streamer, and they
If
were
you haven't
doing
seen it,
themselves
it's
no
like super
favors in
fucked up.
terms of how they chose to market their controversial new show. When it was first released, Netflix placed Dahmer in their LGBTQ category due to the fact that both the killer and the majority of the victims
I didn't know
were
that.
female.
That's funny.
Many viewers did not appreciate this, and the show was quickly removed from that particular section. It wasn't just viewers and those who were affected by the real-life events who were angry at Netflix either. Before the show even premiered, a production coordinator by the name of Ken Alsop went to Twitter in order to speak up about the alleged poor working conditions on set. According to her, she was just one of the only 2 black women on the crew, and her co-workers constantly called her by the wrong name as a result.
It was one of the worst shows that I'd ever worked on. I was always being called someone else's name, the only other black girl who looked nothing like me, and I learned the names for 300 background extras.
Alsop went on to claim
Good for her. I can't remember the names of 20 students in my class.
Which she found unacceptable given the program's grisly subject matter. She even went so far as to state that simply watching the trailer gave her PTSD flashbacks. Netflix did fire back about this claim, stating that free psychological therapy was available to everyone working on Dahmer. Alsop later deleted her tweets. In spite of the immense backlash surrounding it and the calls for a boycott prior to release, the confusingly titled Dahmer Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story, proved to be an incredible success for Netflix. It became one of their most popular shows of all time after only a few weeks of being on the platform, and after 60 days became the streamer's 3rd ever show to reach 1 billion views in such a short amount of time. While Dahmer was originally meant to be a one-time event, this monumental success led Netflix to greenlight a 2nd and 3rd season. Monster would now become an anthology, with each installment focusing on a different real-life killer. It was later announced that Season 2 would focus on Lyle and Eric Menendez, and only time will tell if this story
They're
will
doing
elicit
more?
the same response as Jeffrey Dahmer's did.
I didn't know
Created
that.
by fan-favorite
It's
video
actually
game
exciting.
designer Hideki Kamiya, the Bayonetta series has proven to be one of the biggest cult hits of the modern era. One of the main selling
What
points
happened
of the
with
franchise
Bayonetta?
was the titular character, as players flocked to her bold and confident personality. This is why it came to a shock when it was announced in October of 2020 that Bayonetta's voice actress, Helena Taylor, would not be reprising her role in the then upcoming 3rd installment of the series. At the time, the development studio Platinum Games stated that this was due to, quote, various overlapping circumstances. But this private matter soon went public a few days later, when Taylor herself posted a series of videos to Twitter telling her side of what happened. According to her, Platinum had offered her
Man, I need to play Bayonetta 2. I have it on my Switch. I played 1 and loved it.
The whole game as a buyout, flat rate, was $4,000 US. This is an insult to me. The amount of time that I took to work on my talent and everything that I have given to this game.
I wonder whatever happened to her.
Taylor went on to ask fans to boycott Bayonetta 3 in order to stand in solidarity with her and everyone else who was underpaid for their work.
It didn't
in the
happen.
industry. And stand
I haven't
in
played the
solidarity
3rd one.
they
I have
did,
the
as
2
the
first.
masses of Twitter quickly rallied their full support behind Taylor, viewing her as an innocent
I got the
victim of
double,
grief.
the double one
outrage
on
soon became
Switch,
targeted at Bayonetta 3's director, who did
and I really
himself no
enjoyed it. It's the
favors
first
by
time
the
I
way
played
he
it.
chose to respond.
Sad and deplorable about the attitude of untruth. That's what all I can tell now.
Yeah.
By the way, beware of my rules.
For context, these rules
Funny. That's the. I only got introduced to Bayonetta like in Smash. Like I knew of her obviously, but
mentioned were his policies regarding
I really
interactions on
enjoyed
Twitter.
it.
Anyone who spammed his replies, asked him questions he had already answered, or annoyed him in any way would be blocked on sight. For years, fans saw this as a lovable quirk of their favorite game designer, and many wore the blocks they got from him as badges of honor. But this time, given the seriousness of the allegations against him and the brashness of his response, the running joke took on a much different tone. Only a few hours after posting his initial tweet, Kamiya's account was temporarily restricted. While nobody knows for certain, many suspected Twitter's system did this automatically upon seeing the sheer volume of people he was blocking in such a short period of time. And to most onlookers, this was seen as a clear admission of guilt. However, not everyone was convinced by Taylor's story. The main aspect that these skeptics pointed to was the person Platinum hired to replace her as the voice of Bayonetta, Jennifer Hale. Hale was a veteran voice actor and already had a prolific career under her belt. They argued that if Platinum was willing to pay Taylor's rates, surely Hale would have been too expensive as well. A few days after the controversy started, Bloomberg published an article giving a different version of events. According to them, they had been in contact with two anonymous sources with Platinum Games, both of whom stated that Taylor had actually been offered to perform 5 recording sessions, each paying $4,000 a piece. The voice actress countered, saying that she wanted a 6-figure deal plus residuals for Bayonetta 3. Platinum said that they were unwilling to pay this, but still offered to give her a cameo in the game, for which they would pay her rate of 1 recording session, but she refused again. They claim that this is where the initial report that they offered her a flat rate of $4,000 came from. Taylor refuted this story, calling it an absolute lie. However, a few days later, she posted a thread to Twitter elaborating on some details. She claimed that the actual initial amount she had been offered was 10 grand, with an extra 5 added on once she complained. When she declined to reprise her role, that was when she was given the $4,000 offer to voice a cameo appearance. She also refuted the claim that she had asked for a 6-figure deal, but still felt she deserved to get paid better since she believed the Bayonetta franchise is worth nearly $500 million. Nobody knew exactly where she got this metric from, as the series had never been exceptionally profitable in the past.
$500 million,
enough
really?
to swing public perception back toward the favor of Kamiya and Platinum Games, with many onlookers now agreeing that Taylor had fabricated or at least exaggerated her story. The controversy soon faded from memory, and Bayonetta 3 debuted to strong review scores and decent sales compared to the rest of the series. While the IP is still not worth $500 million, it proved fans were still willing to support the cult classic franchise. Mindy Kaling's big break in the world of entertainment came when she was hired as a writer and actor for The Office in 2004. As the mega popular sitcom rocketed her to mainstream success, Kaling was demonstrating her abilities both in front of and behind the camera, and it seemed there was no artistic medium she could not excel at. Unfortunately for her though, she would be sent crashing back down to earth when she decided to jump headfirst into the world of adult animation. In 2021, Warner Bros. Announced that Mindy Kaling would be producing and starring in a Scooby-Doo cartoon focused on the character Velma Dinkley, intended for mature audiences. While many were skeptical about this project, for the most part people tried to keep an open mind. But when the show finally premiered on HBO Max in January 2023, the backlash was swift and severe. What needs to be understood is that the controversy surrounding Velma was not caused by one
and it got a
single
season
aspect
2
that
as
people
well.
could easily point to as the
Which is
problem.
very
Instead,
weird.
the negative reception audiences had with the program was the result of death by 1,000 paper cuts. While most assumed that the show would be the target of the online anti-woke contingent prior to the release due to the race swapping of long-standing Scooby-Doo characters like Velma, Shaggy, and Daphne, many did not expect it to anger just as many people on the left as on the right. As an early example of what people
not great, and I kind of want to watch it. I've only ever heard
the first
it.
scene in the first
heard
episode
people talk
featured
about
a group of nude teenagers in a locker room discussing the overuse of nudity on television in order to capture the audience's attention.
You ever noticed how pilot episodes of TV shows always have more gratuitous sex and nudity than the rest of the series?
This irked viewers for a few reasons. Firstly, many were simply uncomfortable with the fact that all of the characters being sexualized were stated to be underage. And secondly, by this point in time, a large swath of people had become tired with the abundance of meta-humor on TV, with some accusing it of being a crutch used by lazy writers who want to use tired tropes while simultaneously shielding themselves from
I only needed the one.
using said tropes.
All right.
And this was certainly not Velma's only example of meta comedy. In addition to this, many audiences were annoyed by Velma's frequent jokes at the expense of white people, with some even going so far as to accuse Kaling and her writers of being racist. With all the negativity surrounding Velma only growing as each new episode aired every week, those who despised it began speculating about what horrible thing the showrunners would do next. The pre-release trailers for the series included a couple shots of Shaggy, referred to by his real name Norville in the show, in a romantic relationship with a not yet named black woman. Some people took it upon themselves to spread rumors that her name would actually be Scooby, and she would be taking the place of the iconic dog in this version of the group. Of course, this ended up being false, but for a short period of time, it was treated as gospel by those looking for any reason to criticize Velma. By the time season 1 was done airing, Velma was one of the worst rated television shows in the history of IMDb. The show's creator, Charlie Grandy, later spoke out about the intensely negative reception people had to his work.
The original Hanna-Barbera shows are still out there to watch. We are not erasing the originals. We just want to be a little ice plant on the outer regions of the Scoobyverse.
This did absolutely nothing to quell the outrage, and many people demanded the show be cancelled. But these people were appalled when it was announced Velma would be returning for a second season in 2024. While some were simply perplexed by how such an unpopular show could continue airing, others blamed the people who hated it for its success. As season 1 of Velma was airing, a large part of the conversation surrounding it was about hate watching. Essentially, many people believe that the more viewers watched Velma simply to see how bad it was, the more likely WB was to renew the show due to its large viewership numbers. Those who believe this theory blame the critics who continually tuned in despite the fact that they did not enjoy what they were watching. Those on the other side pushed back against this though, claiming that Velma had been picked up for 2 seasons from the very beginning. And it was entirely possible that there was a much less vocal majority of audiences who simply enjoyed the show. Regardless, time will tell if the writers will alter course due to the backlash they received. Given their penchant for meta humor though, it's all but guaranteed they'll at least to mention it.
They didn't.
Reality television often carries the stigma of being trashy, lowbrow entertainment. Rather than try to remove that image though, many series in the genre have chosen to embrace it, playing it up and trying to top whatever has come before. And in January of 2023, TLC would premiere a show that put all of its peers to shame with its shamelessness, MILF Manor. The premise of the program was simple. A group of 8 single, middle-aged mothers were sent to live in a villa together where they would pursue relationships with younger men. There was just one catch. The pool of eligible bachelors they had to choose from were their sons.
Manor.
Prior to arriving on set, none of the contestants were aware of MILF Manor's true nature. True, the mother and son pairings had traveled together, but the casting call they were responding to did not exactly tell them the complete story. Nevertheless, the show's contestants took it in stride and seemed to embrace the twisted humor. But many viewers had a much different reaction. A vocal section of the internet was horrified by MILF Manor, and one review described it as a new low for reality TV, perhaps even a rock bottom. Of course, the series was fully aware of the reaction people would have to it, and seemed to go out of its way to be as shocking as possible. For instance, one episode featured a challenge in which all of the men had to stand in a line shirtless. Each mother would then be blindfolded before groping at their bare chests in order to guess which one belonged to her son. On another occasion, the moms were given the task of teaching the boys about the birds and the bees in graphic detail. These were just a couple of the many stunts that turned MILF Manor into one of the most talked about television shows on the internet while it was airing. Even though review scores were abysmal, viewing metrics told a different story, as TLC's controversial series was the #1 most watched unscripted program.
It's so trashy.
As of writing, it's unclear if there will be a season 2, since much of the entertainment value many found from these initial episodes came from the shock value of the premise. If TLC does decide to continue, perhaps they will find something even more outrageous in order to top themselves.
Of course they will.
Despite being in the top 10 most profitable media franchises in the world, Harry Potter has been the subject of a great deal of controversy in recent years. This is due to the fact that the series creator J.K. Rowling has frequently spoken out publicly about her opposition to the transgender movement. This has caused her creation to receive a heavy amount of scrutiny, as this magical world once beloved by left-leaning millennials has now become tainted in their eyes. Despite the controversy though, Warner Brothers has continued to monetize the lucrative franchise in any way possible. In 2020, they announced Hogwarts Legacy, an open-world video game in which players could explore their beloved magical school as their own original wizard. While the reveal was initially met with excitement by most audiences, the global conditions of that year meant that significant delays were necessary, to the point where a mere mention of her name was enough to cause heated, rage-filled debates online. Now, it's not uncommon for beloved properties to be connected with people that some audience find objectionable. But in the case of J.K. Rowling, since she's still alive and profiting off the franchise, many believe that financially supporting Harry Potter is akin to funding bigotry. And as the February 2023 release date of Hogwarts Legacy grew,
I have a news flash for those people. If you don't want to fund bigotry, you should probably like go off the grid, because literally anything you buy is going to go fund shit that you don't like. That's a news flash, but that's true.
Strengthened on social media. There were mass calls for a boycott of the game, with anyone who was excited to play it being labeled a transphobe. In the lead up to release, the studio Avalanche Software wanted to make it clear to the public that they were distancing themselves from Rowling's controversial political views. They announced that not only would gamers be able to play as a transgender person if they wanted to, but they would also be introducing the first trans character to the Harry Potter lore named Serona Ryan. As for the latter edition, critics still complained that her inclusion felt forced, while others said her name sounded too masculine. A web developer by the name of Sam Gibbs created a website called Have They Streamed That Wizard Game? Users could type the names of their favorite Twitch streamers into the search bar in order to find out if they had played the hated software. Anyone who did stream Hogwarts Legacy was bombarded with hate in their chats. Creators who had previously expressed support
I played it, nobody came in here.
Got it the worst, as detractors called them hypocrites for supporting
nobody will even come in here and watch me when I'm playing a game they hate.
A bigot. Shelby of the YouTube gaming couple Girlfriend Reviews was so overwhelmed with the negative response that she was reduced to tears.
Maybe we can do like
bothering me.
Be right back. Like a little break or something.
You can take a break if you want. I'll just stop talking and I'll just go.
Yeah, I remember that. Man, I am like terminally online. I remember all this shit.
It's important to note that during their stream, Girlfriend Reviews were raising money for the transgender charity The Trevor Project. Other left-leaning creators like Hassan Piker simply refused to play it, saying it wasn't worth it to be bullied over something so petty. Even massive corporate video game publications were affected. Wired gave the game their lowest possible score of 1 out of 10. Focusing much of their review on the real-world political element rather than the actual product. IGN, on the other hand, gave Hogwarts Legacy clarified in the pinned comment to their video that they supported anyone who chose to boycott. With so much controversy surrounding it, one might expect Hogwarts Legacy sales to be impacted in some way. But instead, the complete opposite happened. The game earned over $850 million in just the first 2 weeks, making it one of the most successful releases of the past 2 years. In addition, it soon broke the record for most concurrent viewers on Twitch, with over 1.3 million people watching streamers play the game simultaneously. It seemed like efforts by protesters to stop influencers from playing Hogwarts Legacy had fallen on deaf ears. Cleopatra is one of the most mythologized historical figures of all time, with her story being adapted into countless films, shows, novels, video games, and many more mediums over the centuries. Arguably the most famous cultural depiction of the ancient Egyptian queen came in 1963, when she was portrayed by actress Elizabeth Taylor. While many people laud this film as a classic, others have found it problematic that the most recognizable version of the pharaoh was portrayed by a white woman, and they wish to change that narrative. On April 12, 2023, Netflix released the trailer for their 4-part docudrama Queen Cleopatra. Almost immediately, the numbers of dislikes skyrocketed and they were forced to shut off comments. The reason? The role of Cleopatra was being played by Adele James, a black actress.
While some of the angry backlash stemmed from the usual sources, a large amount of negative responses came from Egyptian viewers, who did not appreciate how their history was being portrayed. While there is not a unanimous consensus, most experts believe the real Cleopatra's lineage was Greek Macedonian. It is also widely debated if ancient Egyptians had dark skin the way other African people do. While Netflix was claiming to be progressive by finally casting a black woman in the role, critics from Egypt argued that this was just another example of Americans stealing their culture to prop up their own. Following this backlash, the show's director, Tina Garavi, decided to write an op-ed arguing against the Egyptian people who were mad at her depiction.
Perhaps it's not just that I direct a series that portrays Cleopatra as black, but that I have asked Egyptians to see themselves as Africans, and they are furious at me for that. I am okay with this.
It is important to note that Tina herself is not Egyptian. Of course, another aspect that had people wary of the show early on was the fact that it was both narrated and executive produced by Jada Pinkett Smith. The actress's public image had taken a notable downturn following an incident during the 2022 Academy Awards show in which her husband Will Smith assaulted comedian Chris Rock on her behalf. This had happened less than a month before the trailer dropped, and thus the animosity felt toward the Smith family was still fresh on most people's minds. The final nail in the coffin came when the critic reviews began dropping, as they tore Netflix's new series to shreds. And with that, as quickly as people jumped on the program, so too did they forget about it. In March of 2019, the small German studio Daedalic Entertainment revealed that they were working on a game starring the Lord of the Rings character Gollum. This was a radical departure from the previous
Never played it.
based on the beloved fantasy
I heard all about it though.
as this would be an experience primarily focused on stealth with very little combat. While this made many fans curious, very little information about the project would be made public following the initial announcement. While Gollum was originally slated for a 2021 release, troubles behind the scenes resulted in numerous delays. This started when the launch was pushed to 2022, following an agreement with a new publisher. When the release date came and went though, Daedalic once again was forced to release a statement saying why it had been delayed. This time claiming it was done in order to, quote, deliver the best possible experience. While they claimed this would only take a few months, it wouldn't be until nearly a year later on May 25th, 2023 that Lord of the Rings Gollum finally hit store shelves. However, this did not come without its own problems. Only a few days before it was made available to the public, a video showcasing the entirety of the game was leaked to YouTube. The upload managed to remain live for several hours before finally being removed, giving audiences ample opportunity to see how unpolished and dull the experience looked, despite having been delayed by nearly 2 years to fix these problems. For anyone who was still excited to play Gollum, this certainly dampened their expectations. When players finally got their hands on the game, they were incredibly disappointed to find that all the bugs and unfinished graphics present in the leaked video were still there in the final product. Metacritic scores from both critics and audiences were abysmal, making it the worst-rated AAA game of the year. This was not helped by its forms.
Didn't another game come out that was even worse?
Wanted to hear the elf characters speak in the Elvian language from Tolkien's original books.
Did he literally just say Elvian? Come on, gamer from Mars. I expect better from you.
To hear the elf characters speak in the Elvian language from Tolkien's original books, they would have to pay an additional $2.99. If they wanted extra lore information scattered throughout the game world, that would cost another $4.99. And for just one more payment of $2.99, they could purchase an emote pack so Gollum could say his famous line, "My precious." Once it became clear that general audiences were not enjoying the game, the creators decided that they had to release a statement on the matter. They posted a lengthy apology to their Twitter page, thanking players for their feedback and proclaiming their dedication to ironing out the technical issues. However, this did little to counter the backlash. It certainly didn't help that the studio misspelled the name of the franchise in their statement. Euphoria has been one of HBO's most successful and talked about shows since its premiere back in 2019.
Euphoria is pretty good.
The drama about teens and their struggles with sex, drugs, and social media captured the attention of young people across the nation. However, not everyone was a fan. The parents of Euphoria's viewers argue that the show's subject matter and method of communicating it were far too graphic for its audience. Episodes often featured graphic nudity and explicit language which critics thought crossed a boundary. But Euphoria's creator, Sam Levinson, fought back against these complaints. He argued that the shocking imagery used in this program were all part of the point, and he would not censor himself in order to appease offended parties. In fact, he seemed to revel in the outrage parents felt towards the program. But it seemed as though the content of Euphoria sometimes crossed
this one's
even
hard.
for the cast. Sydney Sweeney, one of the main stars of the show, spoke out about her discomfort over the amount of nudity her character displayed during the first season.
I've had experiences where I want to go home and scrub myself completely raw because I feel disgusting. I didn't feel comfortable with my castmate or the crew, and I just didn't feel comfortable my character would be doing it. I'm very proud of my work in Euphoria. I thought it was a great performance, but no one talks about it because I got naked.
It's important to note that she did not blame Sam Levinson for her feeling this way. In fact, as he was writing the second season, he and Sweeney reportedly had a discussion which ended with him cutting down the amount of sexual content significantly. That being said though, it seemed like not every actor had such a positive experience working with Sam. A couple of months after the second season finished airing, it was announced that actress Barbie Ferreira would be leaving the show. This was not a huge surprise, as her role had been reduced significantly between seasons 1 and 2, but it did prompt some speculation about potential tension on set. This seemed to be confirmed when an anonymous source spoke out about the heated nature of Sam and Barbie's dynamic.
Sam is a very specific type of director, and Barbie was just not able to handle it.
The source also claimed that Barbie's attitude wasn't much better, as she was allegedly a bit of a diva who often let her ego get the better of her. The young actress soon refuted these rumors though. According to her, there had been no bad blood between herself and the showrunner, and she had left simply because there was nowhere else for her character to go. Despite these controversies, Euphoria proved to be a massive hit for HBO, and thus the network was eager to work with Sam on whatever his next big project might be. In June of 2021, it was announced that he would be co-creating a new series called The Idol, which would follow the journey of an aspiring young performer falling under the spell of an abusive partner. But it soon became clear that, even with all the drama Euphoria experienced, The Idol's troubles would eclipse it tenfold. In April of 2022, director Amy Seimetz abruptly left the project, and HBO announced that they would be giving it a massive overhaul. This was strange considering that, reportedly, they were already 80% done. There was very little explanation given for this decision publicly. The closest thing to an answer came when an anonymous source from the set claimed that The Idol star and co-creator, The Weeknd, felt that the story was going in too much of a, quote, female perspective.
It was like The Weeknd wanted one show that was all about him. Sam was on board with that. What I signed up for was a dark satire of fame and the fame battle in the 21st century. It went from satire to the thing it was satirizing.
God damn it.
More and more horror stories began to pour out from disgruntled cast and crew members, all of which were published in a Rolling Stone article in March of 2023. Of the many things changed in his massive rewrites, Sam's primary concern was allegedly adding more sex and nudity to the show, even more than had been in Euphoria. Insiders were horrified by these changes, describing the new scenes as torture. On top of that, crew members claimed that the production had become significantly
I heard about that. I don't know if that ever came out, though.
As daily schedules were reportedly being altered on the fly and rewrites were occurring constantly. It is important to note that not everyone was opposed to Sam's new direction. Lily Rose Depp, The Idol's other lead actor, stated that she had an incredibly positive experience with the showrunner, even describing him as the best director she had ever worked with. But this did not stop both critics and general onlookers from lambasting the program before it was even published. Those who saw its early premiere at the Cannes Film Festival largely reviewed it negatively, citing The Idol's heavy emphasis on sexual content with a shallow message. Sam, though, was unfazed.
When my wife read me the article,
we're gonna get through, goddammit.
I just said, I think we're about to have the biggest show of the summer.
But unfortunately for the showrunner, his confidence seemed to be misplaced.
God damn,
While
man.
The Idol received a decent viewership, its review scores tanked with both critics and audiences. Currently, it's unclear if The Idol will receive a second season, but so long as Euphoria continues to be a success,
it did come
Sam
out.
will continue to be in the spotlight. So there you have the biggest fights over media on the World Wide Web in the past decade, and I think if one thing's clear is that
We
this
finally
trend
finished
will
it after
probably
3
never
fucking
end.
days.
And with that thought, I think I'll end the video here. So until next time, thanks for watching.
But he put out another one.
Fucking care about this. Like, truly care. And as
Oh, Keemstar, you are the gift that keeps on giving. He had an SJW thing that looked interesting. Yeah, this one, the forgotten victims of SJW freakouts.
The assumption that women are naturally better caregivers is part of patriarchy.
Jesus.
About a decade ago,
Yay.
you would be hard-pressed to spend a day on the internet without hearing the term social justice warrior thrown around. In the early 2010s, there was a clear shift into more conservative values on the World Wide Web, as much of the online atheism community splintered off from online feminism, and with it came a bunch of terminology mocking these left-wing activists, such as references to being triggered, entering safe spaces, and of course, being an SJW.
I hate this planet.
Because this is an extremely simplified summary of the era, I wanted to dig deep into the nuances of the rise of this term, as well as the backstories behind the faces of the SJW freakout niche, where people would film IRL political fights and throw them up online to go viral. So with that, let's break down the long history of the most famous supposed social justice warriors of the 2010s.
Do it. Settle in. This is about 2 hours long.
And fall of the moniker. Easily the first well-known face of the SJW movement is that of Big Red, the nickname given to Toronto resident Chanty Binks. Her online presence traces back to 2011, when she launched her Tumblr, STFU Everything. It was a place for the feminists to post about her activism. Binks often performed eccentric stunts like dressing up as various reproductive organs and holding cartoon sperm. This is a type of feminist that I realize doesn't really exist as much anymore. She went viral early on for a pro-choice parody she made of the CeeLo Green hit song Forget You.
See you trying to take the rights from the sisters I love, and I'm like, forget you.
The post garnered thousands of likes, which she used to promote the rally Walk for Choice Toronto. Later that year, she was asked to sing on the jazz album Noir Street.
I could see from the start.
Despite having a surprisingly decent singing voice, she primarily developed a reputation for being relentless in her beliefs. This was first seen in footage from a Toronto Pride parade dated July 2012. Binks can be seen wearing a shirt that says, "Don't f*** Republicans." She was captured arguing with a homophobic Christian preacher, who recorded and uploaded it to YouTube.
I'm preaching my what? My F and what? Say it how you said it. My F and what? All right.
You're being disrespectful while showing up and spewing your G's at a
Hey, what's going on?
event.
Most of the commenters sided against him, though she appeared to confront anyone that disagreed. Strangely enough,
it's like
Binks
internet
encountered
legend
the same
status.
preacher again 3 months later. It was at a zombie walk, which was also caught on video.
Christian, homophobic Christian preacher, yeah, isn't that just being like incredibly redundant?
Where in any...
Don't take away the microphone and interrupt me like you did in the Pride parade.
Her aggressive approach was refreshing.
She seems
to
like a
groups
pleasant
that
person.
largely felt unspoken for. But this started to backfire when her notoriety spiraled out of control.
She seems
What
very
you need to
pleasant.
understand
I
is
bet
that
she's
at
a
the time,
great person to
Binks
talk
was
to at
attending
parties.
the University of Toronto. Well, the campus had also held several meetings for the Canadian Association for Equality, abbreviated to CAFE. CAFE was controversial for its promotion of men's rights.
I've been on this fucking level for
Well
like an
before
hour.
The likes of Andrew Tate and Fresh and
Stuff.
Fit took over the movement, in early 2013 they scheduled an event at the university called From Misogyny to Misandry, to Intersexual Dialogue.
It was supposed to be held on April 4th, but it got interrupted when Binks, alongside other members of the local anarchist party, crashed their event. They crowded the halls outside and started chanting before pulling the fire alarm to forcibly end the meeting. The entire ordeal
pulled the fire alarm? Did I hear that right? They pulled the fire alarm? Isn't that like against the law?
Was caught on video, including their subsequent confrontation outside. It was uploaded to YouTube the next day under the title MRAs and Feminists Arguing. Binks can be heard loudly spouting off questions from a sheet of paper, which included some attempt at a dialogue.
Feminists do not want you to lose custody of your children. The assumption that women are naturally better caregivers is part of patriarchy. If you would shut the up for the 50th billionth time, we agree on. These are things that we're agreeing on.
She
things that you've actually all got skewed views on. Number one, shut the
she's a very pleasant person.
Shut the fuck up for a second too. Well,
I'm pretty sure it is.
he just listed how.
Isn't it like akin to? Isn't it akin to like yelling fire in a theater when there's no fire? Right? Is pulling fire alarm a crime? Yes, false alarm report. At least in Texas. Maximum fine up to $4,000 and a year in jail. Yes, it is a crime. It is, yeah, false alerting, false alarm. It's like yelling fire in a theater. Yeah. Kids do it, yeah, well, it's a crime and they should be punished for it. Like, yeah. Because you can get people killed. Like, if people start freaking out, when people freak out, they do crazy shit and people die from that. Like, people will get trampled and shit like that. You can easily cause a person's death if you do that. Like, completely senseless death, too. No, there's no reason for it. They need to be punished incredibly badly.
So you guys can actually answer those questions.
Shortly after, Binks gloated, went to an MRA event, OMG, lulled and trolled forever. I'm not sure of the specifics, but it was held at the University of Toronto yesterday and featured speakers who wrote books like Legalizing Misandry and shit like that. Fuck, even Tumblr underlines misandry. Did you hear that, MRAs? Both my phone and Tumblr know misandry isn't real. The ordeal was starting to spread online.
I don't know what misandry is. Maybe
I got a message from my bro. The video of me and the MRA is the 103rd post or something on Reddit. Neither my brother nor I posted this, so they can't find me. Lolling forever. Of course, they did find her blog eventually, and she taunted them for it. Oh no, the trolls are flooding my inbox with man-fifi tears. I should get them all a cup for all their cries. The backlash escalated until Binks was
I don't know about this person. I've only ever seen them
by
in
feminist
memes.
news blog We Hunted the Mammoth. They showed her info being shared openly on various MRA message boards. It got to the point that one site, A Voice for Men, publicly begged readers to stop. I have had several people message me recently with a link to a website that apparently has the identity of the really loud, obnoxious, and completely moronic redheaded woman. I am asking everyone to cooperate with me in not linking to that website or posting any of her personal details in the comments here. We Hunted the Mammoth obtained a statement from Binks who expressed fear for her life. They somehow found my Facebook. They found my Tumblr. They found a Twitter account that I don't even use. They even found an old dating site profile of mine with outdated info. In about 12 to 24 hours, I got about 400 to 500 messages on my blog. They made a meme of me. I don't know how many haters I have, and I don't know where they are. I can't be sure at any given second if I'm ever outside my house. If anyone is going to recognize me and try to hurt me. If the feminist wanted attention for herself, she surely did get it, as the original video went on to amass over 1.7 million views. A soaring viral success at the time, and is now
Evan
considered
Grail?
the first definitive entry in the SJW free
Who is
cup
this
genre.
Evan
If that
Grail?
wasn't
And
bad
I
enough,
need
she was also highlighted
to
on Canadian
make money
television
off of
during
them.
coverage of the event.
It's kind of surprising to me that we're at this point where somehow that men's rights, issues that face men, and there are issues that face men about custody issues, about suicide rates, about the boys' education crisis, which we touched on the Inside Story earlier.
Suicide rate,
somehow
men.
that's taking away from women or attacking women.
Her distinctive bright red hair led her to get the nickname Big Red, which in combination with her zany expressions were perfect
Zany.
for representing
He uses
what
the
would
word
soon
zany.
become
I
the
used the word
crazed
zany in one of my
feminist
titles
archetype. There was something just so distinct about the look of many of these feminists from the era. They all seem to have short haircuts dyed very bright colors, quirky, thick-framed glasses, very bright lipstick colors, and a very similar fashion sense that I can't quite pin down. And from my research, this appears to be the first time the internet really latched onto the look, and also provided a nickname for one of these people. Big Red's likeness is ubiquitous in conservative memes, almost synonymous with the term SJW itself, which had just recently hit the online lexicon. There was a song remix and even a separate nickname for her called Penny Fool. The hate became so popular, any overt political connotation. Somehow young conservatives who had been beaten down during the Bush years had something in pop culture to latch onto. While most came to view Binks as a punchline, others viewed her actions more seriously. They felt interrupting the event was hypocritical given her stance on the right to protest. It impeded free speech on top of wasting the time of firefighters. One such video was by The Amazing Atheist, which received over 2.5 million views. It was at this point that you saw a lot of the skeptic YouTubers at the time switch over from trashing fundamentalist Christians to feminists. And since these people were now trashing people on the left wing instead of the right, you now had conservative Christians watching the content from the atheists. It was really a wild time, and was a cosmic shift in online culture. Binks continued arguing on Tumblr, first stating, "Fuck you, I do what I want." Later she elaborated in defense of her behavior. "I don't even know the context of this fucking video, yet you assume I'm just coming in and yelling and screaming and telling everyone to shut the fuck up while I finish the list. I attempted to get them to realize we do see eye."
Wait, hold on. Hold on. You don't...
She elaborated in defense of her behavior. "I don't even know the
Okay, Gamer from Mars misspoke on that. It says, you don't even know the contest. He said, I don't even know the contest. Like, she was saying that she didn't know the context of the video that he made, but she said you, the guy that made the video, The Amazing Atheist. Okay.
Context of this fucking video. Yet you
People
assume I'm just coming in and yelling and screaming and telling everyone to shut the fuck up while I finish the list. I attempted to get them to realize we do see eye to eye on many things, like the article I was reading suggested. They wanted to mansplain and tune me out, so f them. I'm not going to be compliant and polite and docile and all the patriarchy expects women to be. That shit. Being nice has gotten me nowhere, and it's time for me to be a badass. By the end of the summer, Big Red had a page on both Know Your Meme and Encyclopedia Dramatica. Her infamy caught the eye of feminist documentarian Casey J. Jay was in the process of making a documentary about the men's rights movement. Binks was interviewed and reflected shortly after its recording. I did an interview today
maybe
for
it
a
was
documentary on the men's rights movement.
Yeah,
it went well, and I made them all laugh. They should be finished filming in January, and I think she said it'll be in post-production next year. Binks was ecstatic, and felt she impressed the documentarian. It was considered, quote, that time she blew the mind of the documentary filmmaker.
Damn,
however,
they're
the
like...
celebrations aged extremely poorly. The doc evolved into The Red Pill, which released on October 7th, 2016. It was quite controversial as Casey hears from MRA's slowly growing sympathy for their side. In fact, she goes so far as to state she no longer considers herself to be a feminist. Needless to say, Binks is not portrayed in a flattering light.
A lot of MRAs say that feminism doesn't fight for the rights of men. What would you say to that?
Cry me a river. Really, because feminism is a movement about the discrepancies when it comes to women's equality. Because we're not up we're still not there yet.
It was just another point of ridicule as the Big Red meme persisted on. A year later, Flashgitz uploaded a cartoon titled Feminazi, which starred a character that heavily resembles her appearance. Binks responded, "So they've made a cartoon parody of me, complete with Anita Sarkeesian around the 2-minute mark. 2 years later, and they still spend so much time obsessing over me.
Funny.
Who really hates who?" On April 30th, 2016, a Facebook post was made by an employee at the Liquor Control Board of Ontario. It showed a photo of Binks they took from the store's security camera. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Chanty Binks, aka Big Red. In response, Binks created a GoFundMe to pursue legal action. Her campaign accuses the culprit of being a neo-Nazi MRA, and the turmoil induced by her virality. For the past 3 years, she has received over 30,000 hateful and threatening comments on YouTube, and thousands of death and rape threats, and other abusive messages on her blog and Facebook.
That one down
For the
there
past
got
3
through.
years, she has lived in nonstop fear for her safety and life. And despite all of this, law enforcement has done nothing. The campaign surpassed its goal, raising $3,000. It's unclear if anything was done afterward, given the employee was swiftly fired. The threats of litigation received media coverage, where she affirmed having no regret about that fateful day. "I am concerned the more people who see it, the more people can harass me and recognize me in public, and do something similar to what this LCBO guy did.
What do I
The problem
do?
with this kind of harassment is you don't know what they look like, you don't know where they live, or how far they are willing to go." Following this, recognition of her actual identity fell to the wayside, as most came to only know her as the Red SJW. Big Red's Tumblr remained surprisingly active for years, being covered in
I'm gonna go back to
by
the beginning.
YouTuber
I don't
Nate
even
Talks
know.
to You. His coverage of her
That's
past
such-
led Binks to threaten legal action. "F you, Nate. You know I have a lawyer, right? Okay, stalker. The STFU everything
They sure
account
Blizzard
existed
Tower and
until
upgraded
early
to level 3.
2024, when it was
Okay.
quietly deactivated. Her last known posts were about the pandemic and a controversy where she denied being transphobic. While Big Red's face is known across the web, much like the original video, it seems few ever heard her actual words at length. Instead, Chanty became the first in a long list of faces and names that came to broadly represent the social justice movement of the 2010s. Hey guys, before I get any
I
further
don't think
into
I
this video,
upgraded
wanna
that
give
to
a
level
shout out to my
3.
sponsor, Trainwell.
That's probably my
For me,
issue.
I had to spend years at the gym and watching YouTube videos with trial and error to figure out how to get in good shape. But this is an app and a service with a personal trainer that does all of the heavy lifting for you. Trainwell combines the personalization and accountability of a human expert with the flexibility of
this
technology.
might be good.
So how
This
it
might
works
be
is
alright.
once you sign on, you will get a real-life personal trainer that you will talk to face-to-face on a regular basis. From there, you will tell them if you have access to a gym or are just working out at your house, and they will give you customized workout routines to allow you to achieve said goals. This is so valuable for 2 reasons. As I mentioned first, you are going to be held accountable because this person is going to make sure you're following through. And secondly, you don't have to figure out for yourself what is a good routine. These are experts that will give you exactly what you need to do so you could build muscle, lose weight, or both. And this app will give you customized routines that you could bring to the gym with you that will show you exactly how to do the workout. If you're a person that wants to get into better shape, I highly recommend trying out the service. And if you click the link in the description down below, you get a 14-day free trial. Yes, the free trial includes a personal trainer, and if you don't like it, there is no commitment. But I truly believe if you just need a bit of a push in the right direction, Trainwell is the app for you.
Uh-oh.
One
Melody
of the hallmarks of
Hensley.
the
I don't know a lot.
stereotypical feminist is the
So I don't know a lot of these people. I just see them on memes and stuff. So
idea
this
of
is
getting
educational for
the
all
phrase
of us.
originates from the trigger warnings meant to accommodate those with specific needs like PTSD. Think of your grandfather that served in Vietnam or running inside when fireworks go off. But in the 2010s, this was broadened
that's
in
sad.
colloquial
That's sad to think
use
about.
to include any potential trigger, no matter how frivolous. Think of those rage debate videos you'd see on Fox News where they cover an event where they make everyone do jazz hands instead of clapping.
I just want to say, can you
What?
please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering.
then you don't need to be in a public speaking like occupation. Is that stupid of me to say? That's like saying you hate guns, yet you're like the president of the NRA. That may be like mean to say, but I mean, if you're gonna like, whatever.
And chatter going on, it's making it very difficult for me to focus.
While the exact origin of this more flippant usage is hard to trace, its virality can be linked to one specific image. Now you may think this is a close-up of a random woman's face, but it's not that simple. It's actually a crazy rabbit hole that requires a lot of context to fully understand. So please hang with
like my ex-wife
Melody
with black
Hensley
hair.
is an activist known for her work in Washington, D.C. That includes serving as the Center for Inquiry's executive director, a nonprofit against religion and politics. It was well earned, coming after a decade of advocacy. Melody was able to help them reach new demographics and frequently sold out fundraisers. She even testified on the organization's behalf to the city government in 2010. But the accomplishment that defined her tenure didn't occur until a year later. Melody was also a feminist, and much of her work examined its relation to atheism. This led her to suggest an event to the CFI, which became a conference called Women in Secularism. It was an effort to be socially conscious, right as this sort of dialogue was facing increasing backlash online. As I briefly mentioned in the Big Red segment, the late 2000s saw the rise of YouTubers devoted to combating religion. They prided themselves on using facts and logic to...
If I had a YouTube channel back then, I would probably be a prominent person in this type of YouTube stuff.
Debunk ideas like creationism. What no one realized was this would unintentionally lay the groundwork for the eventual wave of anti-SJWs. The summer of 2011 began with Elevator-Gate, which many consider the turning point for online skepticism. It started with a video by Rebecca Watson, also known as the Skepchick. Her vlog centered around events at the 2011 World Atheist Convention. However, it also had a section about conference creeps with a story that took place on an elevator.
So I walked to the elevator and a man got on the elevator with me and said, "Don't take this the wrong way, but I find you very interesting and I would like to talk more. Would you like to come to my hotel room for coffee?" Just a word to the wise here, guys, don't do that.
While most were supportive, some argued that she...
Why? He wasn't like, oh, I want to fuck you or anything like...
was overreacting. This didn't become a wider scandal until Rebecca spoke at the CFI Student Leadership Conference. While discussing the religious rights, she recounted the elevator story before putting negative comments on display.
Oh shit,
I thought it was fairly clear.
Oh shit, oh shit.
However, there were some interesting responses like this. This person writes, "I can't believe that someone, gasp, would talk with you on an elevator. How dare a man talk with you alone?"
Among her critics was a student named Steph McGraw, a member of Unify who wrote about Rebecca on the blog. Rebecca saw this and decided to call out Steph by name, on stage in front of her peers.
There's another comment I found on a
Wave
blog
4 is awful.
from actually one of your own. And I wanted to use it as an example, not to embarrass this person, but to point out that we have a serious problem when young women are this ignorant about feminism.
It was humiliating, which the student expressed in a subsequent post. I didn't think she would choose to address it during her keynote, let alone place it in a category with people advocating for her to be raped. All I could do was just sit there and watch myself being berated for supposedly espousing anti-women views, and told that I wouldn't stand up for women in sticky situations with men, as 100 of my peers watched on. The result was a full-on civil war as prominent atheists publicly took a side. The breaking point was when evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins, who might I add also invented the term meme.
He's correct about that. Yeah, Richard Dawkins is the person that got me into to this kind of stuff, but he's gone like really fucking weird lately.
Weighed in. He accused Rebecca of overreacting in a comment letter headed
What are you talking about? Red Lobster's done, man. Did you not hear about that? Yeah, Red Lobster filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Is done. Maybe somebody else will buy it. Red Lobster ready for a comeback one day ago. Maybe somebody will buy it and turn it around. They still got their cheddar biscuits, though. Those are pretty good.
Dear Muslima. It compared her experience to that of a woman living under fundamentalist Islam. This was covered in a number of major news outlets, doing irreparable damage to his public image. That's when YouTubers like Thunderfoot and The Amazing Atheist took his side. They
Hey, I watch
against her,
Thunderfoot
and
all the
Rebecca's
time.
original vlog amassed 18,000 dislikes. This scandal was a sign of things to come, the first of many that slowly eroded the skeptic community. Melody created her Twitter that year, shortly before joining the Secular Women Advisory Committee. This put her right in the center of the ever-growing war between atheism and feminism.
That's weird. I've never heard of this person.
With a group of writers
You'd
called
think I would
Free
have.
Thought Blogs. It was started by P.Z. Myers, an American biologist. Their contributors all sided with Rebecca and felt convention creepers were a serious issue. They pushed for stronger policies while reiterating the severity. These campaigns were often dogmatic or even flat-out dishonest. For example, spreading false rumors that a famous attendee sneakily took upskirt photos. Thunderfoot criticized this shortly after joining Free Thought Blogs, resulting in P.Z. Myers severing ties.
Fuck.
Simply, the environment is widely being unrealistically portrayed as more hostile than it actually is. If your goal is to encourage women to attend such events, highlighting troll comments as representative of the conduct at such conferences is both willfully reckless and counterproductive to such a cause.
Tensions grew as situations like this unfolded more
Fuck,
and more
I don't know what to do with
They seem
this.
to culminate with a video by Thunderfoot titled, "Why Feminism is Poisoning Atheism."
Where you have people like Melody Hensley, that's the executive director of the Center for Inquiry DC, going creationist style, ban happy on people who haven't even mentioned her name yet, because they might say something bad about her someday, and starting flagging campaigns against videos critical of her.
Let's try that.
Oh, and would you believe it? She labels herself as a feminist too.
Melody preemptively blocked anyone that followed at ElevatorGate on Twitter. It felt hypocritical, especially as she began lashing out at her own supporters.
This is actually really
What they
interesting.
didn't realize is just how deeply
It's
this
so
was
hard to keep
affecting
up with
her
like
well-being.
everything.
The harassment got so severe that, apparently,
going
it
on?
led her to develop a post-traumatic stress disorder. Melody first
I think
referenced
Juicy
this
Crabs is still
diagnosis in
drunk
the
from last
summer of
night.
2013. Stressed out about leaving my house tomorrow by myself and going to an unfamiliar place. Hashtag PTSD. I've been told that my harassers are saying cruel things about me coming out with PTSD. They want to shame and
I
silence
can't
me.
beat the stupid
Not
fucking
going to happen.
wave.
This stayed relatively obscure until an article by the Daily
So
Dot.
over it.
They discussed at ElevatorGate and how it tracked everyone involved. The owner used a site called Storify to archive tweets, which always notified subjects. This entailed over
damn it.
6,700 articles in a single year. 5 women were interviewed, including Rebecca and Melody. Melody
annoying.
alleged to have suffered the
This is
worst,
annoying.
reiterating she experienced severe trauma from online harassment. Her purported diagnosis became a reoccurring joke among critics, so much so Melody addressed the subject again in April of 2014. I will not be silenced about the seriousness of online harassment and
What are you up
cyberstalking.
to?
I have PTSD
Bingo.
and it's changed my life forever. I'm taking control by speaking out and not allowing you to silence me. This week has been tough. There has been a campaign against me. I'm blocking dozens of accounts of people telling me I don't have PTSD and threats. The last tweet caught the attention of a woman named Nikki, who was a veteran and claimed to have been deployed. She had choice words,
wait.
calling
I have an
Melody
idea.
pathetic and mocking her weight. Real feminists aren't so pathetic that they get the vapors because someone was mean to them on the internet. You're embarrassing. This enraged the activist. Military/ex-military combat folks. There are groups that have higher statistics of PTSD than you. You need to educate yourself. It didn't end there, as Melody
We're watching
then
a bunch of
reported
angry
Nikki to
people
her
say
higher-ups.
things.
If you are in the military and you are harassing me about my PTSD, expect that I will be speaking to your commanding officer. I get it every day. I have decided I'm contacting commanding officers, as I just did. For a person who suffered severely from online harassment, she certainly did herself no favors with these comments. In response to many of her defenders even raising eyebrows at these tweets, Melody then pointed to victims of sexual assault to justify her previous statements.
Oh shit,
Read
am I
the
gonna
story
do
about
it?
a woman who was raped and harassed
good?
because PTSD is only for soldiers. Women that have been raped in foster care alumni statistically have higher cases of PTSD than war vets. PTSD is not a war veteran's disorder. No one was buying it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, they're getting
PTSD
through.
is caused by extreme trauma. Twitter doesn't come anywhere near that. Nobody is claiming it is.
I thought that was
you,
it.
however, obnoxiously make the claim you have it by spending time on Twitter having been trolled. And that really does
thought that
sum
one
up
would
this
be it.
issue, doesn't it? How does a person with PTSD from Twitter still remain on Twitter? The ordeal was covered by Thunderfoot the next day. Melody doubled down, calling it harassment before elaborating on her condition. I've had PTSD for 16 months. The first
Son of
6
a
months were hell.
bitch.
I'm
Like,
still
what the
mostly
fuck do I
bedridden.
do?
I'm in intense therapy and physical therapy for being bedridden. I took 2 months off of work and now have to work from home from my bed. All of this can be verified through my work that received letters from my psychiatrist. On April 17, 2014, the Daily Mail published an article about her claims. It was far more critical than previous coverage, showing tweets from both sides. They noted Melody turned down an interview, as she was, quote, not well enough to answer questions. This launched the story into the mainstream, as the mere thought of a Twitter-induced PTSD episode brought widespread ridicule. The most influential part was the editorial decision to
Son of a
use
bitch.
this photo of her. Her blank expression under stark dramatic lighting felt perfect. It was so memorable that Melody
Perfect
became the
meme
triggered
photo.
feminist. Her face was cropped and paired alongside text that mockingly read "triggered." This edit in particular spread like wildfire, overshadowing all of the drama that preceded it. It became a staple across social media, including YouTube, where it was popularized by Ethan Klein of H3H3 Productions.
And they're saying them directly to you.
That's when H3 was good.
Really.
Is that how we got the trigger thing?
Melody remained active for some time.
I've
First
seen that.
attempted to
I guess I
reclaim
do
the
know who
SJW
this
label.
person is.
In 2015, she was one of many that was given the Secular Woman Award. However,
That was
by
a
the end
funny
of the year,
fucking
she left the
video. We
Center
need to
for
watch
Inquiry,
like old
as well as
H3.
social media
Those are
entirely.
great.
To this day, a handful still insists she could have developed PTSD, but any evidence supporting this has yet to be seen. If true, one can only imagine what becoming a meme would have on her condition. So it was ultimately a good thing she disconnected.
Wake up, Bureau.
The next story we'll be
me
discussing is that of Melissa Click, or better known as the "Let's Get Some Muscle" lady, whose freakout was propelled to
know who she
prominence
is.
in the cultural fight against college campuses. But little did I know I would fall down yet another rabbit hole to discover the context of her infamous freakout.
You
I
don't want to
swear I
fall
didn't
down those
expect the
rabbit
video
holes.
to be this long. In late 2015, a series of demonstrations at the University of Missouri demanded their system president step down. It came amidst an already tumultuous period of time. The year prior saw nationwide outrage after the shooting of 18-year-old Michael Brown. With the campus mere hours away from Ferguson, dozens of students came to protest. They carried this attitude back on campus with the creation of MU for Michael Brown and Concerned Student 1950. Despite their efforts and the protest's local relevance, the university declined to make an official statement. This upset many of the activists, including graduate student Jonathan Butler. He said to the Post,
Let's go.
"It just
It's
shows
gonna happen
that
this
there
time.
are racially motivated things,
happening.
murders, assaults, other things that happen, and we are just going to sweep them under the rug." That fall, a string of incidents led to the conflict heightening. It all started on September 12th, when student body president
what are you
Peyton
doing?
Head
Are you
claimed
being
to
bad
have
kitty?
been called slurs.
Are you being a bad
This led
kitty?
many students to come forward with their own experiences.
Like he's being a
The
bad
startling
kitty.
image led university leader R. Bowen Lofton to respond. He was criticized for speaking around the issue, using phrases like acts of bias. They organized a rally proclaiming the school didn't care about black people. This was seemingly validated a week later. On October 5th, a second incident was reported by the Legion of Black Collegians. As the story goes, while rehearsing for a play, they were interrupted by a drunk who called them the N-word. The perpetrator was immediately identified and moved from campus. Even still, many felt administrators weren't doing enough to protect students from racism. They aimed their sights on system president Tim Wolf for the 10th of October. That day, members of Concerned Student 1950 formed a protest at the homecoming parade. Butler, along with 10 others, surrounded Wolf's red convertible. They shouted at him and his wife through the megaphone. The driver simply revved his engine as the couple stayed in their seats. Butler later claimed that the vehicle went back and forth, bumping one of them twice. The protesters were berated by drunk bystanders before Columbia police pushed them away. On October 21st, the Legion issued a list of demands. They ordered a handwritten letter from Wolf apologizing for his
gotta be what I have to do,
and
right?
acknowledging his white privilege. They also accused him of hitting a protester with his car. They demanded him to read the letter out loud at a press conference before stepping down. But I'm not sure why he would follow their other requests if he had to resign anyway. Back to the story. The group then called for a 10% increase in black faculty members, as part of a strategic 10-year plan to promote a safe and inclusive campus. Now, it's worth mentioning several of these protesters were part of the school's football team, the Missouri Tigers. That's important context to understanding what happened next. 3 days later, a swastika made of feces was found in the residence hall bathroom.
That's a new one.
This set Butler over the edge, declaring a self-imposed hunger strike until Wolf stepped down. My body feels like it's on fire. I have pain all over. I'm exhausted. Of course, I'm hungry. I've got an ongoing headache. This was a media sensation, with a petition for the system president's removal receiving 7,000 signatures. Wolf tried to arrange a meeting with Butler, but the student refused. I don't think Tim Wolf is worth my life, but I do believe that when it comes to fighting for justice, you have to be willing to have a level of sacrifice. On November 6th, footage surfaced of Wolf addressing students. He was quoted stating, "Systematic oppression is because you don't believe that you have the equal opportunity for success." It seemed like the university would remain firm in their stance. That is until the next day, when MU's football team took a stand. They announced their athletes of color would no longer play until Wolf's removal from office. MU's head football coach tweeted support for the players and received 15,000 retweets. The move is said to have changed college football forever, receiving national media attention. And while the greater community didn't mind a student starving himself to death, they sure did not want their college football messed with. Within days, Tim Wolf announced his resignation in favor of a research role at the university. There was great fanfare as students and even staff wept and hugged. They successfully had their demand met. Kendrick Lamar's All Right blasted from speakers as they danced along. The protesters won, but not without repercussions. This coverage brought a lot of negative attention as not everyone took their side. Many pointed out the hypocrisy of the Mizzou football team's involvement. As it turns out, earlier that year, an investigation found that the Missouri Tigers had the second highest number of players involved in sexual assaults. These boys want the freedom to sexually assault you while not wanting to deal with microaggressions. This was only the beginning. Once the protests received national attention, many reporters descended onto the campus. That's when they discovered the activists' previously unreported encampment. The tent city was meant to serve as a safe space with signs stating no media
this isn't
allowed.
that Occupy
It had no
Wall
legal
Street
bearing
movement,
given
right?
they
I'm
set
pretty
up
sure
in
not.
the middle of a public First Amendment protected area. This caught the attention of Tim Tai, a photojournalism student on a freelance assignment for ESPN. He took photos of the village, only to get harassed and physically confronted by students and MU staff. The altercation was filmed and uploaded to YouTube, where it received 3 million views. Most notorious was a clip at the very end when he approached assistant professor Melissa Click.
That's not gonna do it. I don't know what the fuck to do.
No, you need to get out. You need to get out.
No, I don't.
You need to get out.
I actually don't.
All right. Hey, who wants to help me get this reporter out of here? I need some muscle over here.
This upload was enough to alter the conversation entirely, as critics pointed out their willingness to invade others' privacy and space. It quickly overtook the original controversy as the public at large stood with the journalist. Melissa was derided across the internet, with her words quoted in headline after headline. Afterward, concerned student 1950 passed out flyers calling the confrontation a teachable moment. They also removed signs warning media to stay away. But this did little to quell the backlash. In January of 2016, a letter was signed by more than 100 lawmakers calling for her firing. Then over 100 faculty members signed a letter in her defense. This was undermined on January 25th, when Melissa was charged with misdemeanor assault. She accepted community service in exchange for dismissal of the charges. It took another month, but eventually she was fired by the university. Melissa refused to accept this, claiming it had been done without due process and the board overstepped their authority. When conservatives looked into who she was, they found her research focused on pop culture, with many of them questioning what was even being taught at this supposed place of education. The icing on the cake was that Melissa had previously written a thesis about Twilight fangirls and the gendered politics of fandom. She published...
That really fucking bothers me, because my thesis was on exoplanet transitions and refining physical data with the Wilson-Diviney code. I think that's the full, like, title of my thesis. Hers was Understanding Twilight Fangirls and Gendered Politics of Fandom. Do you know how, like, what's the word? Degrading that is to a person, like, whatever.
A thesis about Twilight fangirls and the gendered politics of fandom. She published a book on the same subject, with one review claiming it was being used as a textbook. This just fed into the culture war aspect of the story as more people began to dogpile. While the woman disavowed her actions, she insisted to have done good that day and claimed it didn't represent her character. In the end, the ordeal didn't seem to have a lasting effect, as that September she was hired by another university. It was met with brief controversy, with a number of the students of this new school protesting the decision. But that quickly subsided as she remains with the school to this day.
Really? And I can't fucking find an astronomy oh my god. Okay.
On June 16th, 2015, Donald Trump formally announced his bid for the 2016 presidential election. The news was picked up by virtually all major outlets, generating the highest volume of searches for any presidential candidate to date. This continued throughout his campaign, which quickly dominated the media. His rallies were spectacles, drawing both fervent supporters and vehement critics. Tensions ran high as clashes grew increasingly common, and that was exactly the case on March 11th, 2016, when his rally in St. Louis, Missouri descended into chaos. Fierce protests erupted, resulting in the arrest of 32 people. Footage of the mayhem was uploaded hours later by prominent conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. It shows a confrontation between protesters and a local radio host named Owen Schroyer. While demonstrators tried to argue against Trump's rhetoric, they were ineffective and came off very poorly.
You're a punk. What you said, I am a punk. I am a fucking punk.
Leading the charge was a man later nicknamed Aid Skrillex for his resemblance to the then popular dubstep artist.
Whatever happened to Skrillex? Does he even make shit anymore?
Neither have I. You're a white male. So? You're a white man. White people don't know what it's like to be poor. That's right. Bullshit. Racism right now. Discounting my opinion. The white guys are president. Oh my God, the white guys are president.
He also insulted an older gentleman's age, which led to this interaction.
An old ass piece of shit. You're fucking old. Old. But baby boomer.
Truly, we are the most civilized of animals.
Many felt that this perfectly encapsulated the type of back and forth you'd see online. There was even a person in the background wearing an anonymous mask. The next day, a significantly edited down version was uploaded titled Internet IRL. It primarily highlights Skrillex, though another face appeared to compare Trump to Hitler.
What have you done to benefit this planet? Does Hitler not remind you of that? Does Trump not remind you of that?
No, explain to me how Trump is like Hitler.
He tried to stage a coup and overthrow democracy.
For his contribution, he was given the nickname Carl the Cuck. The footage went viral, amassing 600,000 views within a week. Skrillex shouting, "You're a white male," spread across the net. The clip was posted on our videos, receiving 14,000 upvotes and largely bipartisan mockery. Good of all these people to remind us there are always idiots supporting every cause. There was an equal disdain for Carl, who became a popular image macro. One of the top comments lists the user's favorites, with several different caricatures deriding his opinions and calling him a cuck. They were sourced from 4chan's politically incorrect board, who
I love how he, it's so matter-of-fact with Gamer from Mars.
Invented the nicknames. Surprisingly, these two men have never been identified, which may have been for the best. Skrillex and Carl the Cuck became so well known, the original video was renamed to include them in the title. By then, the upload had well over 1.8 million views, and the comments rallied behind Owen Schroyer, who was hired as a field reporter for InfoWars after the clip's popularity. He's worked there ever since, becoming Alex's right-hand man.
Well, not anymore. Alex Jones got yeeted off the internet. And had to pay people $1 billion because he said their kids were stage actors that got killed in Sandy
called
Hook.
The War Room. In 2018, Schroyer was named in a lawsuit against InfoWars from the families of Sandy Hook. He personally defamed one of the plaintiffs by claiming the grieving father lied about holding the son's body. The families were awarded $4.1 million in compensation.
I don't know what the
and
fuck
an
to
additional
do here. I
$45.2
really
million
don't.
in punitive damages. A year later, Owen pled guilty to illegally entering a restricted area near the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. He was sentenced to 60 days in jail on September 12, 2023. And it's crazy that this all started because he got in an argument with two men named Skrillex and Carl the Cuck all the way back in 2015. In 2016, ABC published an article about a closed Facebook
Skrillex
group
and
called
Carl the
Girls Night
Cuck.
In. It was a secretive online community for women
It's
in
the
the
worst
Los Angeles
superhero
area.
duo
It was
ever.
incredibly selective, with applicants requiring approval from all 2,000 members. They
Oh my
ranged from
God.
executives to actresses and models. Upon entry, they were allowed access into an exclusive club in LA, as well as weekly meetups at the Roosevelt Hotel. The group was founded by 32-year-old Annalise Nielsen, who likened it to an online sorority. Nielsen had a long, interesting career, starting the alt-porn site God's Girls in 2006. In 2014, she launched a friend-finding app called Crushy. Her latest project was an attempt at a female hive mind she felt might be the future of friendship. They later expanded to have a
What? The
branch in New
future of
York
friendship?
called Girl Cult. While the inner workings were
Orion,
largely kept private, that didn't stop them from making several public stands. Most notable was the response to the Brock Turner verdict. Girl Cult organized events in 4 cities calling for the judge on the case to be unseated. With the media connections to make a difference, the group slowly grew in notoriety. But this was undermined once their founder made headlines a month later. This story really begins on March 12, 2016, when Annalise posted a tweet accusing her previous rideshare driver of racism. Just had a racist Lyft driver kick me out of his car on the side of the freeway. What a time to be alive. She didn't elaborate, so it was forgotten. That changed in late August when an anonymous source sent a recording of the night in question to Canadian right-wing YouTuber Lauren Southern.
So I'm just sitting here enjoying my Saturday afternoon, and I get an email from an anonymous source containing a video file and a link to an ABC News article.
The 5-minute video shows Annalise berating the driver for having a Hawaiian bobblehead figure on his dashboard. Lauren played the footage in full, which surfaced on its own the next day. It begins with the feminist confidently asserting that Hawaii was a
man.
continent
What
before
do I do?
claiming to take offense.
You thought that
That
was
may have been
adorable. You
a
didn't think
little
about,
better.
like, the pillaging of the continent of Hawaii.
I didn't even know there was pillaging.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, so you won't get rid of the doll then, because that was like really cute thing that you found at Goodwill.
The driver declined to take it down, which led her to assume he was a white male.
You want me to take down something that I just put up because...
Yeah, no, I do want you to, because it's actually deeply offensive. No, I do want you to take it down. That's okay. You're gonna be on Gawker. No,
Oh my God.
you will be published on Gawker. And you'll be like the next internet meme. It's gonna be super funny.
He still didn't back down, reiterating it wasn't offensive and pointing out he himself was Asian. The driver then
for him.
revealed he couldn't take it off even if he wanted to because it was superglued to the dashboard, before stating she was his first bad experience with Lyft. The feminist eagerly replied she was recording the entire incident.
That's fine. I've been video recording the entire time. I'm excited.
That's cool, and I'm being respectful.
I do not believe it's going to go the way that she thinks it's going to go.
Entitled.
Eventually, she got out of his car to try to get his license plate.
Hey,
About how I won't leave your car.
can you please exit
No, I
the
can't, but you can give me your first and last name. Here's what I'll do instead. Holy shit. The weirdest night of my entire life. And he could not get away fast enough so that I couldn't get his license plate number. How cute.
Despite her threats, Annalise never shared the footage publicly. It's unclear how exactly Lauren's source obtained the video, but regardless, her coverage garnered 1.1 million views, with video of the confrontation quickly spreading across the internet. It reached
Come on.
videos. Annalise deleted her Twitter the next day, which was replaced by a Trump-themed impersonator. She responded to the outrage at length on Facebook, complaining about Gamergate and the alt-right. Even in light of the footage, she called the ride sketchy and compared his bobblehead to a black-faced mammy. Everyone already knows that I'm an annoying monster who will talk about annoying shit all day. Who cares? Nothing about me doing this is shocking, really. But it was not my most eloquent moment. I was drunk and
That's what we need to do.
Naturally,
That's
a
the thing to
barrage
do.
of weird harassment from strange men has been unleashed upon me. Across many accounts on various platforms, I've received a bunch of nonsense ranging from usual "fuck you SJW" to other more intense and threatening stuff. This has been a fun week. If you share an account or page of some kind with me and are subjected to this nonsense,
This
do
is
me
the
a
way
favor
to
and just
win.
delete it and ignore them. They will tire themselves out. After this, Lauren tweeted that she had got in contact with the driver. It turns out her report did in fact get him fired, until Annalise sent the video to Lyft a few days later. It was exonerating enough to have him reinstated. While the story never made it to Gawker, the outrage was covered by sites like the Daily Dot and the Daily Mail. However, these paled in comparison to the video by H3H3 Productions, which currently sits at over 8.8 million views.
We need to watch old H3. That is something I want to do.
You're gonna be on Gawker. I'm a passenger in your car. That dog actually did me offend on you.
Annalise was turned into a full-fledged meme, the very thing she had threatened to do to the Lyft driver. She ignored the backlash after this, deciding to focus on Girl Cult instead. Her organization remained active for the next 4 years until it came to an abrupt end in 2020.
No!
Annalise posted a story asking for people to donate in order to pay her bills and buy new protest sneakers. This received a ton of backlash, as she was soliciting permission
come
amidst the
on.
George Floyd protests. In response, Annalise claims she had redistributed the money to causes related to Black Lives Matter. However, this was quickly proven to be a lie as more and more people grew disillusioned and confronted her. When asked for receipts, she said she had to get on a conference call, despite just saying she had no work because of COVID. When she finally posted the receipts about 3 hours later, they were all time-stamped just 5 minutes before. That's 3 hours after she had said she'd been distributing the money. All of the outgoing payments were black women in a group who had charged her after the post went up. Again, nothing that showed she had been redistributing the money prior to being called out in the group. The backlash became enough that Annalise would end up deactivating the account entirely, with the organization seeming to collapse. The next day, a thread on Facebook was posted by a former roommate who lived with her for a year. Tyler explained that in 2018, he had moved into a vacant bedroom in her home. They split the bill with another roommate named Zach. Tyler and Zach were expected to cover utilities, paying her whenever they were asked. Despite this, a year later, their water and electricity were turned off due to a non-payment of an amount in the thousands. Annalise blamed her roommates, claiming they hadn't given her money for the water bill in over a year. That was before asking for an additional $900 each. Tyler quietly made plans to leave, and eventually gave her his 30 days notice. A couple days later, I had finally found a different living situation and sat her down and gave her 30 days notice. I had just paid rent because it was the beginning of the month. For the next couple days, I would leave the house to go to work, and she would scream at me as I left and call me names. Then on June 10th, 2019, Tyler came home to find she had changed the locks. Given she wasn't the landlord, this was illegal, so he called the police to regain access.
Really?
When
I didn't
the police
know that.
arrived, she came outside
That's
and
illegal?
pretended to
Like,
accidentally
really?
lock herself out of the house. I called our roommate, and luckily he was on his way home, so we waited and he let us in. I was escorted into the house by 2 officers and a friend I brought along as a witness. I was able to retrieve all of my belongings, and that was the last time we had any sort of communication. Tyler explains that after this, Anna went back to her private Facebook group to accuse him of robbing her. This led many people he cared about at the time to cut him off entirely.
I think I can deal with
He chose
this.
to remain silent because he, quote, knew what she was capable of. For years that I lived in that house, I had to listen to
livable.
her brag
This
about
is
her
livable.
affair with Dave Grohl, and the countless times she committed insurance fraud at her mechanic shop. I had to watch her abuse her dogs, and I had to constantly avoid stepping in piles of dog shit and piss that she let sit on the floor for days. I had to listen to her call me and my friends fat like she was one of us. He ended the post by declaring he had receipts for everything. Annalise Nielsen is a thief and a liar and profits off of the hardships of people, even people she is close to. Please delete me if you are still associated with her in any way. The post received hundreds of comments from those with their own experiences, with some dating all the way back to her adult site. Those would end up being
Oh
the most
shit, we got
Your
humongous
post
on
about
here.
Annalise was very eye-opening. Back in
I
the
know
day,
about
she was
that.
profiting off of taking advantage of very young girls with her alt porn site godsgirls.com. She scouted underage girls on MySpace, myself included, and promised us so much money and fame, which wound up being a measly $60 for us to submit DIY sets we take ourselves and have our naked bodies online forever. Well, this user remained anonymous shortly after a post began circulating with some proof. The article explains that from February of 2007 to April of 2008, hundreds of erotic photos of a 17-year-old were hosted on her site. This individual went on to become a somewhat notable singer. When questioned, Annalise denied knowing who she was, but given the broader accusations against her, it's hard to take this at face value. In light of all this, Annalise attempted to defend herself by once again painting her critics as alt-right, sexist, and racist.
Imagine that. Who would have thought?
In March of 2016, a video began circulating from San Francisco State University. It purportedly showed a campus employee harassing a white student for wearing dreadlocks, as they deemed that cultural appropriation.
You're saying that I can't have a hairstyle because of your culture? Why?
Because it's my culture. Do you know what box means?
Do you know it was in Egyptian culture? Are you Egyptian? Nah, bro, I'm not.
Are you Egyptian?
No, but doesn't matter.
Wait, where's Egypt? Tell me.
You know what, girl?
Where's Egypt?
Dude, girl, you have no right to tell me what I can not wear. Huh?
Where's Egypt?
Yo, girl, stop touching me right now.
Yo, girl, stop touching me right now. I'm back.
Get off of me. I don't need your disrespect.
Why are you filming this?
Just for everyone's safety.
The footage was uploaded to YouTube, where it garnered
Son of a
4.5 million views. It spread across various subreddits, with each post receiving thousands of comments. The man was identified as a 22-year-old and named Corey Goldstein. The public overwhelmingly took his side, with most
course
astonished
they
at
did.
her behavior. SFSU issued a statement claiming they'd be investigating the matter. They disputed the notion anyone involved was an employee. They also acknowledged police were called to the scene, but no charges were laid. The next day, a student news site, Golden Gate Express, posted an interview with Goldstein. He explained several events that preceded the video. The woman was not an employee, but a student activist named Bonita Tyndall. The woman was handing out flyers and turned him away. "Sorry, we don't want people with your hair here." "That's rude," he remarked, before walking away. This led her to follow him down 2 flights of stairs to confront him.
She kept grabbing me, pushing me back, trying to make her point or something. I didn't want to talk or discuss the situation with her at all. I felt that I didn't need to explain myself, my hair, my rules, my body. It is something that naturally will happen.
Does that happen naturally to your hair?
No. I'm not saying that it did, but at the same time, it's something that I wanted it to happen. Like, it does naturally happen to other people. Their hair will naturally dread. So those people that naturally dreads, is it okay that they have it?
Later that day, CBS Local posted their own interview.
I agree with
it
that,
revealed
actually.
Police approached Goldstein about pressing charges. They alleged it may have constituted battery and even a hate crime. He ultimately decided against taking action, preferring the matter be handled by the university. Goldstein later stated, "If I got a formal apology with her real intentions, I would forget about the whole situation." Although it received widespread media coverage, Tyndall had yet to speak out publicly. They were able to interview one of her roommates who seemed unfazed. It's been going on for a while, her passion and social justice, and black power and everything. By then, Tyndall had left the residence. While the victim seemed willing to move on, not everyone was so forgiving. A petition was started by the public calling for her removal from campus. They labeled Tyndall a violent, dangerous bully who wouldn't be tolerated if she were white. The page received over 10,000 signatures, but it fell on deaf ears. Tyndall broke her silence on April 11th, declaring it all a racist and misogynist vendetta. She claimed the video framed her as a stereotypical angry black woman. In addition to doubling down, she alleged he called her a bitch before the video began. This was corroborated by a supposed witness named Maddie Gray.
This was
While
much
passing
better.
out flyers in Malcolm X Plaza, I saw a white male approaching with dreads. Triggered, I unconsciously moved my arms holding the flyer further. He does not approach me to receive a flyer and continues on to his destination.
That word has been like completely washed out. Triggered. Like it doesn't. It's like when anyone is slightly annoyed at anything. That's what it means now. The internet goes to like such extremes. Like everything is either the best thing ever all the time, always good, will never be topped, or it's the worst thing ever, it's a piece of shit, it shouldn't even be allowed to exist, etc., etc. Like the internet has no nuance, and it's destroyed so many like I don't even know. Again, nuanced positions, I guess.
Attempting to react to what triggered me, I jokingly say in a quiet voice, not with that hair, in the opposite direction of him. He then verbally assaults me. He called me a bitch. As a black woman, verbal assault by men comes easily as women are dehumanized, objectified, and over-sexualized by them. This was followed by a statement from the Black Student Union supporting the activist. They condemned SF State and the media for endangering her life. This misrepresentation has led to racist, homophobic, and misogynistic slurs being directed at members of our organization. Why did a disagreement between two individuals become an incident which the black community must answer for? Goldstein flatly denied her accusation that he called her a bitch, but was desperate to find middle ground. I want to apologize to the girl in the video because no one deserves the amount of backlash she received. I want her to know that I feel where she was coming from and wish we could have talked in a more positive and loving situation. So to get this straight, Corey was assaulted on video, the college did nothing about it, the woman that assaulted him then defamed him, which led to him issuing an apology to her. No action was taken
That's
against
pretty
Tyndall,
fucked up
who was allowed to
when you
remain
put
on
it like
campus.
that.
Strangely, the argument that started it all persists on to this very day, with the video frequently reposted,
Oh,
sparking debate
shit.
over who can wear certain hairstyles. The most notable example of
That's
this
not
is
good.
when a woman was berated for wearing a black hairstyle in the video game Animal Crossing.
What? Trigglypuff.
In 2016, a group of
Here we go.
Republican students from the University of Massachusetts Amherst held an event called The Triggering. They invited an all-star cast of anti-SJWs, including
Of course they
Christina
did.
Hoff Sommers,
Why would they
Stephen
not?
Crowder, and senior editor of Breitbart, Milo Yiannopoulos, to discuss political correctness. Milo was in the midst of a nationwide tour which spawned protests in colleges around the country. The constant cycle of outrage helped propel him to the mainstream. Such was the case at the Beau Kerr Auditorium on April 25, 2016. The panel opened with remarks from each speaker, followed by a 30-minute discussion. Almost immediately, a small group of hecklers began to express outrage.
We have organized tonight's event to explore one single question. Has political correctness on college campuses gone too far?
It hasn't gone too far enough. Damn it.
This continued throughout the entire hour and a half-long panel. It was counterproductive, with several shouting matches in the
I would have
audience.
thought.
And if you don't believe me, it's on camera. He was...
I would have thought.
Wait, hold on.
He
Did
was-
she just
he
change your
was-
mind?
What?
Did she just change your mind? I think I felt a shift because she yelled shout.
No.
You're triggering another dog!
Crowder took it upon himself to single out the hecklers to thunderous applause.
All right, we get it. You're angry. Daddy never hugged you enough. Come on. Let me give you an example right here.
I don't
Okay,
like
right now.
Steven Crowder.
This
It's
girl right
actually
here
kinda
just yelled
funny.
out that we were all racist.
He cited them as a real-life example for why the panel needed to exist.
This monster right here that you're so afraid of, the face you see in your nightmares, was created by social justice warrior assholes like you. So you know what, at this point, just keep the cameras running. These people don't want to hear any differing opinions. That's what political correctness is. You want to know what political correctness is? Look around and listen. These people don't have arguments. They just yell out racist, and they call the gay guy here, who has a fetish for black dudes, a racist homophobe.
Despite the chaos, most of their supporters left satisfied. It was entertaining and a chance to rally around a common enemy. While the event was streamed live, one thing missing was a closer look at the individual hecklers. Of particular note was a woman who kept shouting over Summers, eventually being asked to leave.
Future generations will look back. Shh, okay.
I'm sorry.
3
One
strikes,
more
you're out,
disruption.
darling.
Come on,
One
come
more
on,
disruption.
Come
and we'd
on,
have to
come
ask
on,
him to
come
leave
on.
the venue.
Well, also in
Ooh,
attendance was
okay.
Campus Reform, a conservative site funded by the Leadership Institute. It was published alongside a video with previously unseen footage that showed the heckler up close.
Oh, is this that? Yep, there it is.
One more disruption and we'd have to ask you to leave the venue.
Yeah.
Free speech if you're so concerned.
Oh, it's so bad. It's fucking bad.
The result was thousands of videos, edits, and memes, including an official dance remix by Steven Crowder. He was given the nickname Trigglypuff in reference to the stubby, rotund Pokemon. The name grew so popular that Campus Reform changed their title of the video to reflect her popularity. Just as was the case with Carl the Cucks and Aid Skrillex. Within 48 hours, it garnered 700,000 views, even being covered on Fox News.
I see a future in customer service for her.
Yeah.
Charming. Now, it's easy to mock her, but she's a victim of a cult-like indoctrination by the new campus religion of safe spaces. She's so brainwashed she claims blocking speech is actually a version of free speech.
It was around this time that you truly saw the mainstream right wing of America adopt this 4chan-founded anti-SJW movement.
Yeah.
Today, the original Trigglypuff
We
video
are
sits
entering
at
the dark age.
4 million views. And that doesn't include
Can you
the
even
countless re-uploads on places such as TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter. And this doesn't even include the other angle of the event, uploaded by a different student, which has an additional 1.5 million views. In response, a New York Magazine article was written about the virality of the moment. The journalist argued she was simply a young person overcome with emotion, and that anyone her age could relate. She is in for weeks or more of harassment for the crime of being a young college student who got upset during an era of ubiquitous cameras and social media inexhaustible appetite for people to ridicule. While people didn't want to hear it at the time because they thought it was so funny to mock these people, he really wasn't wrong. For what it's worth, Trigglypuff's real name was never found, with her identity remaining unknown to this day. The closest was an alleged dating profile on the site OkCupid. Milo shared it with the caption, "If you show up to one of my events and make a spectacle out of yourself, chances are someone will know who you are." Even with her anonymity, Triggly still remains one of the most mocked social justice warriors of the era, with Jits
I didn't know that's what the name that they gave her.
Very day.
What do you want, Orion? He is so needy today.
Belittled the person's appearance, it's important to state that the virality of social justice warriors usually relied on assumptions. Most of these stories we discussed so far were forgotten as the individuals were merely turned into walking stereotypes. No example epitomizes this more than a woman simply called Triggered Feminist. The story began with a video posted by Alex Jones on June 1st, 2016. It showed a squabble between Trump supporters and protesters in Sacramento, California. Around the 2-minute mark, two men from opposing sides argue about the migrant crisis in Europe. The Trump supporter argues that there was an increase in crime due to the rising Muslim population.
Why should Sweden have to change its ideas of making a female-only swimming pool to accommodate to another
You're accommodating for something
that
doesn't exist.
We had a cat like
she
that.
intervened to provide her own statistics.
Tell me how many women in the U.S.
get raped. Do you know how many?
1 in every 3.
What? What do you want?
That's a crisis. There's a rape crisis. Exactly.
I don't know what he wants.
Contribution was actually a true citation.
Pets.
The figure originates from a report by the CDC in 2010.
Look, you want attention?
It was easy to take her expressions out of context and
want
paint
attention?
an entirely different story. She was portrayed as an
the
emotional,
crazy person?
irrational, and triggered feminist. When PewDiePie made
crazy
a video
person?
about microaggressions, he used her face as the thumbnail, netting 8.7 million views.
Over a
this
year?
continued for years to the point Donald Trump Jr. shared an edit of her as Captain Triggered in 2019.
You got all the attention, Orion.
Early on, a thread was created on 4chan trying to invent a nickname. They came up with Ficky Fiona, but it didn't stick. Over the years, many have revisited the original expecting to laugh at her insanity, only to admit that they were misled. Came here expecting to find crazy. She's actually just friendly and talkative the whole time. She totally didn't deserve to be that meme. Her expression is so quick that it's hard to get it without downloading the video and going frame by frame. Poor usage. She seems a cool person, very calm, just pointing her opinion. Triggered Girl wasn't really triggered at all. Looks can be deceiving, and the impression most got from a few images was completely wrong. This did little to change how she was perceived at large, which goes to show how little the actual story matters. To date, Fiona has never been identified, and her story remains largely obscure, even after being made into one of the many faces of crazed, irrational social justice warriors.
Damn, they quick. Holy shit. Humongous. Here we go. I remember all this shit.
State. Her work primarily focuses on racial and environmental issues. That includes giving talks on campuses and demonstrating against oil and gas pipelines. While she had some local notoriety, she wouldn't get into worldwide attention until a post on August 11th, 2016. That day, Zarna took to Facebook to claim she had been sexually harassed at a protest in the Seattle City Hall. The incident took place during a public hearing of a new police precinct. It was criticized for its high cost, being labeled the most expensive police station in the country. While standing in the lobby, she overheard a TV crew talking to someone on the other side. The man explained how cops helped his heroin-addicted daughter, declaring that girls matter. Zarna alleged this person victimized her. That same guy then sexually harassed me. And when I asked him why he was sexually harassing me, he kept doing it. When I raised my voice and told everyone what he was doing, he ran away. The security guards who witnessed everything sided against her. This led the feminists to try and file a formal complaint against them. She also spoke to police who declined to take action. This was used as justification for their cause, stating police didn't protect her. The post ends with a call to action, as well as a recording she took of the initial incident. While it was first met with support in her small circle, those who actually watched the video found it didn't support her narrative at all.
You take my picture.
Yes.
You want my name?
Yeah, sure.
It's humongous.
Okay. Humongous what? Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
That's what it is.
Humongous what? Humongous what? Humongous what? This person just sexually just went
dick.
me in a sexually harassing way.
I did not.
Yeah, he did. He said, do you know what my name is? And I said, what? And he said, humongous. Yeah. Yeah.
What? Oh my god!
Sexually harassed me.
Oh my god!
Yes. Yeah, that's right. Humongous what?
Humongous.
Dude,
Now
imagine,
you're...
imagine getting angry at that. Like, what even is your life?
So now you're actually pointing to yourself. You're actually pointing to your body parts, and you're actually pointing to your body parts and saying that you're humongous. To say that girls matter? How dare you? How dare you, you disgusting person!
Finally,
Hitler,
security
apparently.
intervened.
Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
Lower your voice.
Are you going to do anything about how you sexually harassed me? Are you going to do anything about how you sexually harassed me?
The rest of the video shows Zarna shouting in their faces, demanding some form of retribution. It spread across Blue Lives Matter groups before reaching YouTube, where it went viral. The video quickly became a popular subject for the wave of anti-SJW channels
report you for fraud.
They pointed out the absurdity of her taking such great offense to what was ultimately a dad joke. Most notable was H3 Productions yet again, continuing their trend of covering crazy social justice warriors.
He's like, that's the joke. That's the whole joke. It's humongous. He's like, did she not get it? Humongous. Humongous. That's the joke. I'm a dad. Look at me. I got the slick back. I've got receding hairline, guys. I'm a dad. Do you not get the memo?
The video received 7.9 million views,
What a
showing
great
the man
video.
overwhelming support. Up until this point, he hadn't spoken out publicly. That changed 2 weeks later when Ethan managed to land an interview.
He was a great man. One who stood up for what was right and stood behind dad jokes even when the waters got dicey. That man happens to be with us here today. And what is his name?
Humongous.
Rudy Pantoja.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, humongous.
First question Ethan asks is what happened before the video.
Again, I thought she had the cute guy disorder syndrome.
Yeah, she was checking out that.
God damn.
For a date or something.
These
but I
guys
guess
are
not.
so
When
fucking
he realized
quick.
what was going
Holy
on, he
shit.
decided not to cuss or give her his name.
You were talking about your stature, your largeness as a man.
I was talking about, I'm fat. I'm fat. I offered her lunch.
He's
Zara,
got more.
Yeah,
I
I
know,
said,
he's
hey,
got
you
the
wanna
love
get together?
handle.
When did
It's
that
fine.
happen?
This is
That's
when
not
it
bad.
first started.
So let me get this straight. Before it went viral, after she had already yelled at you and posted on her Facebook page, you reached out to her and said, hey, let's get coffee and work this out.
And bring a friend. If you need to bring a friend, bring
Hold on.
a friend.
it's TV in
And
the
I
line.
want to thank you and the whole community for their support. And let's not give up.
While most expected the story to end there, the activist fired back in a
they're so
four-part series
quick.
called Zarna Responds. The first addresses sexual violence and stalking from white supremacists and misogynists all over the world. Zarna doubles down on her claims, dismissing any and all disagreement as a consequence of the patriarchy. She then states their main
always
complaint
the
is that she
patriarchy.
raised her voice.
This is what patriarchy does. It causes everyone to attack the victim, the one who is most vulnerable. This protects the system of power, which is male sexual dominance.
Her next video responds to critics that were women
Yeah, that guy definitely was just dominating everything, right? Humongous.
or people of color, accusing them of internalized oppression. Zarna defends her hostility, claiming she was trying to defend herself. She then accuses Rudy of agitating the situation by repeating
Man is
his
a
joke.
menace.
So let us come together to stand against oppression. Let us come together to end rape culture.
This was a teaser for her third video about defining sexual harassment. Her points are read out by a handful of male acquaintances which make up the bulk of the video.
If we have to use mental acrobatics to justify abusive behavior, like saying,
oh
that
my
was just
God,
a or a fat joke, that is sexual harassment.
If you wouldn't say it to your daughter or mother, it's sexual harassment. There are some men who would say it to their daughter. That's called grooming. If you see that, reach out to the daughter and ask if she's okay. It is likely her father is abusive.
At the very end, they stand together to deliver one last message.
So we will bring the system down by refusing to be quiet. We will refuse to be quiet about sexual harassment, assault, rape, and violence. Together with our male allies, we will defeat this oppression.
The fourth and final part of the series is a bit more straightforward. Zarna explains that previous videos were to get viewers to notice the oppressive systems around them. With that out of the way, she could now...
Again, this is just like diminishing actual sexual harassment and stuff. It's so fucking annoying. Like, these people should be ashamed of themselves. A guy called himself humongous. Like, what about all these other, like, people that are actually getting just, I don't know. It's so sad.
Now address some of the lies being spread.
The second lie is that they said that I approached him and asked him for his name. I didn't.
It's true that in the original footage, she did.
Why does she have like Native American music in the background? That seems racist to me, because she was clearly Indian.
Didn't ask his name. However, the beginning
Just
shows
saying.
her filming from a distance, which he clearly notices. The series ends with an attempt to solicit donations for her safety and well-being, linking to a page on the site YouCaring. It was flooded with small donations using a similar play on words. Her videos were received negatively, with all the likes and comments being disabled. It was around this time she was also publicly thrown out of a city council meeting.
I'm going to find your
Shocking.
disruptive.
Shocking.
And
I remember this too.
that your comments are disruptive, and if you don't stop, I'm going to have you removed. Please have this woman removed, please.
That you have towards the people
Please
has
have her
gone
removed.
up. We saw all
I've
of
asked
this.
this
And
is
don't touch
disruptive
me.
personal attacks.
This
That's
led
pretty good.
Ethan
Orion,
to make
yeah,
another
what do you
video
want?
mocking her response.
What do you want?
He wound up donating $100
You good,
under
kitty?
the name Humongous.
Wait, I haven't gotten this far yet. Sorry. So octoids do exist. Very fast, they accelerate in straight lines, but lose speed when they have to turn. Your maze will be the best defense against them. Ooh. Or those are the things that were going like incredibly fucking quick, huh? So they're saying make them like have to turn a lot. Interesting. Okay. Okay, that's fair.
As a moral test to see if she'd accept it.
She took our donations and she fucking, I don't know why this feature exists on YouCaring, but you can hide the amount and the name. So she's like, I'll take your money. I'm just gonna fucking silence you as much as I can. Name erased, message erased. Isn't that wonderful?
Why are the dogs barking?
But the story still doesn't end there. Humongous was beloved by their community, with fans often recognizing him in public. In 2017, Rudy ran for a city council seat in Seattle. While it wasn't widespread, some did vote for him because of the name. He only netted around 5% of the votes, amounting to around 8,000 people. But I imagine it would be much higher if he was listed on the ballots as Humongous. Their last crossover was his appearance on the H3 podcast in July of 2017. While the video stayed up for years, in 2023, Ethan privated all of the uploads about the ordeal. Although no explanation was given, it was likely part of his attempt to distance himself from the SJW era. As for Zarna, well, she never went away. There have been similar displays of absurdity over the years, with most going under the radar. It doesn't appear her opinion ever changed on the matter, as she continues pushing on with her own ideas of what activism should be.
Okay, that was not as good. That wasn't a great round, for sure.
In early 2016, Bill C-16 was introduced.
Dude, what the fuck? Why do we got like Trigglypuff and now I have Smugglypuff? Man, Pokemon are everywhere.
During the 42nd Canadian Parliament. It sought to expand existing discrimination and hate speech laws to protect gender-diverse individuals. While the act broadly received support, some were opposed over potential conflicts with freedom of speech. That included an unknown University of Toronto professor named Jordan Peterson. The psychologist was respected in his field, having contributed to over 100 academic papers. He uploaded select lectures to YouTube, which garnered a small but loyal audience. That changed in September with the first in a series of videos against political correctness. The upload was created to discuss C-16 and the Ontario Human Rights Commission. Peterson criticized the bill's language, arguing it was vague and dangerous. He felt the terms were subjective in nature, and feared some of his lectures would now be illegal. He also worried that refusing to use someone's preferred pronouns would be prosecuted under the law. Many of his issues regarded the definition for gender identity and expression.
Insisting that I call them using gender-neutral pronouns, je, Z-H-E, or Z-H-E for you Americans, je or je, I think it is. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
He argued increasing political correctness had a negative impact already, and feared C-16 would compel speech under threat of legal consequence. This sparked backlash from student activist groups who called for his resignation. They wrote an open letter demanding an apology, and the removal of his lectures from YouTube, which pretty much just proved his point. Of course, Peterson refused, and this resulted in several demonstrations protesting his remarks.
God damn, those things are
drew
quick.
Significant media attention, attracting far-right commentator Lauren Southern. Her presence faced increasingly hostile reactions, escalating to violence on October 11th, 2016. That day, she tried to defend Peterson, only to be met with chants of shame. Then, a student threatened her before striking her microphone.
That was worse.
They disappeared into the crowd. Lauren then spoke to police soon after, only to be interrupted by a student wearing a bright yellow beanie. Through a wide grin, he denied seeing anything.
Officer, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything that happened. There's no reason to be I didn't see anything.
Lauren would end up filing criminal charges, and the footage was uploaded the next day to Rebel Media. It immediately hit the front page of Our Public Freakout and Our Rage. They compared him to Cartman and then put him into the show through memes. By then, 4chan had already named him Smugglypuff,
pretty good.
in reference to both his appearance and the previously termed Trigglypuff. While most were already convinced, this isn't where the story ends. It quickly emerged the student committed another crime shortly after the recording. He confronted a couple named Barbara and Brian, who were labeled white supremacists. Smugly attacked Barbara from behind before stealing her phone. They tried to chase after the thief, but were blocked by VP of University Affairs Cassandra Williams. This can be seen in a recording where Lauren yells out,
"This is real life.
Yellow
This
hat.
shit happens in real life."
Get away from me.
Oh, God.
After a brief chase, he ran into a building and smashed her cell phone on the floor. Barbara reported this to police, who later arrested the student and charged him with assault. This was described on October 23rd by Greg Renouf, who also attended the rally. The article goes on to unmask Smugly as an elected student representative named Theo Williamson. The following is an excerpt from the campus newspaper, The Strand. "I'm ashamed and disappointed that U of T would not realize the violence that Peterson's actions have caused. I love U of T and it's an incredible school, but the fact that they enabled Peterson and that he's hiding behind academia and his tenure makes me very uncomfortable." He scrutinized an incident that occurred while Theo was in high school. In December of 2015, anti-LGBT messages were spray-painted across the walls. The culprit was never caught, and Theo was featured in a story by CTV News.
Oh, now they're giving me
Greg
like a
wondered if
fuckload
there
of them.
was more to the
Great.
story, although there is no
Lovely.
evidence to support this claim. Meanwhile, Lauren was invited back to participate in a free speech rally. Peterson was confronted for having Nazis at his protest, as the scene once again erupted in chaos.
The presence of Nazis and white supremacists assaulting people at your protest, do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I don't like Nazis.
Then why
were they here? Well, how can I answer?
Are their views in alignment with yours?
On October 20th, Vice published an article claiming trans students were being targeted by threats of violence online. It proved ineffective with widespread video evidence showing the opposite. The same day, 1791L uploaded footage of Peterson arguing with students titled, "Dr. Jordan Peterson Gives Up Trying to Reason with SJWs." It went on to receive over 3.1 million views. Peterson capitalized on this attention, appearing on Joe Rogan and rising to
So I didn't know like how he got
around the
super
last known
famous.
update regarding the case.
That's interesting.
The student who struck Lauren was identified as Mira Ulysses and charged with assault. The two students appeared in court on November 24th, 2016. Strangely, the prosecution seemed unaware of the video's existence. "Do you have a copy of the video and victim statement?" the defense asked, to which the Crown responded saying something along the lines of, "I didn't know there was a video." Theo Williamson appeared right after Ulysses. They were dressed in a gray men's suit with a red power tie. Their lawyer had a quick interaction with the judge, and it was all over in a flash. There doesn't appear to be any updates after that point, making the outcome of these cases unclear. Looking back, many of Peterson's fears concerning C-16 proved unfounded. Many pointed out it didn't actually add a new crime to the criminal code, just a new protected class. The bill was passed in June of 2017, and so far nobody has been charged under the law, although he has been forced by the courts to undergo social media training recently due to tweets that the Canadian government found offensive.
That's funny. When did he make this? Luke Skywalker? Jesus Christ, people. This was made a month ago. Okay, it's like fairly recently.
Against all odds, Donald Trump secured the presidency in 2016. His victory defied expectations and shocked many across the mainstream. For those certain he didn't stand a chance, this was nothing short of a disaster. The disbelief and frustration led to mass protests, as thousands traveled
Gonna happen again. Buckle up.
to voice dissent during his inauguration. Among these protesters, one image stood out and quickly became iconic. That day, ITV published footage of a person screaming in anguish right after Donald Trump was sworn in.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that.
They later spoke with the protester who apologized to the world, musing about beauty and devastation.
I am so sorry to my world. I am so sorry to my world. This is not what we want.
We will face challenges.
There's so much potential
but we will get the job done.
For beauty and for devastation.
The footage went viral across social media, repeatedly amassing millions of views every time posted.
Oh, that's
this
good.
person
That's a
became
good
the face
Photoshop.
of so-called anti-Trump derangement syndrome on both real and fake news sites alike. The clip was hysterical enough to cross political lines with thousands of variations. Their face was graffitied onto a building and remixed into a death metal track.
Death metal remix?
Variations. Their face was graffitied onto a building and remixed into a death metal track. 4chan called them...
No, dude, you can't say it's remixed into a death metal track and then not play at least a little of it. Now I gotta do my due diligence as a streamer and fucking find this death metal track. I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't do that. Okay, I think this must be it. 7 years ago.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
To be fair, it's a little bit more thrash metal. Stupid fucking subgenres. No, this is Luke Skywalker. Totally worth it. Totally worth derailing the stream.
Was graffitied onto a building
Totally
and
worth it.
remixed into a death metal track. 4chan called them Luke Skywalker, drawing comparison to Star Wars and the scene where Luke learns
Thank you.
Darth Vader is his father. This meme's virality never truly died, remaining a staple of online discourse to this very day.
Is it
They've
really?
become a
I didn't know
de facto
that.
symbol for both anti-Trump protesters and social justice warriors, frequently appearing in compilations and an endless number of conservative thumbnails. That was in spite of the fact that the protester
so
vanished
funny.
as quickly as they appeared. Their
I am your
disappearance left
president.
many curious about how they felt about becoming a meme. This fueled conspiracy theories claiming they were a paid actor. Their name wasn't a secret, identified in the original article as Jessica Starr. While many opponents tried to track Jessica down, their efforts yielded nothing.
I'm curious, if anybody knows where that inauguration screamer is, please post it below.
It would take years for Jessica to feel comfortable speaking out publicly, agreeing to their first and only interview in 2021. They appeared
I want to
on
be a
Freaked Out and
stupid
Carry
meme
On,
people
a public
ridicule
radio
all
show
the time.
affiliated with NPR. Jessica was an artist, and apparently quite introverted. When they attended protests in the past, they brought a camera and kept to themselves. This time, they were asked to go by a friend, an offer Jessica initially declined.
There are so many things wrong right now. Black people being shot. That I'll go for.
The day started
Sure.
very early, leaving around 5 a.m. They traveled hundreds of miles, arriving when the streets were still empty.
Oh,
There
shit.
wasn't much thought behind their attire.
That's actually pretty
They were
good.
going to stay there all day and needed to bundle up.
Yeah, you really couldn't miss me. You couldn't miss me with that coat on.
That's pretty
Turns
fun.
out.
Dude, everyone's fucking flipped out, like at one point or another, right? Shit, I've broken down on stream many times.
That color will forever haunt me.
As the ceremony began, a deep unsettlement
Usually
began to
incredibly
ruminate.
drunk.
Without the power to stop him, Jessica sat cross-legged on the floor. That's when the artist caught the attention of Martin Geisler, a reporter for ITV News. Martin saw Jessica kneeling on the ground, head in hands, and anticipated a reaction. Moments before Trump took the oath of office, he tapped his cameraman, pointed down, and said, "Film them." The energy was so overwhelming, the protesters screamed no 12 consecutive times in a row.
I felt like it was
That's
some
wild.
kind of spell that I was casting. It was like, I am gonna just like push out this energy of no and be like, you don't get to do this anymore.
They opened their eyes to a sea of video cameras. Jessica was approached by ITV's producer for permission to use the footage and nonchalantly agreed. By then, they were drained and didn't realize the implication. The footage went public hours later, becoming an immediate viral sensation. It wasn't until later that they got a vague text from an acquaintance.
Do you know that like you're like online? And I was like, what are you talking about? And she's like, yeah, like your video.
That's
the video
funny.
of you.
They didn't even know.
And I was like, ugh. And it just made me feel sick.
The video had already been seen by over 5 million people. They hadn't even revisited it yet, only knowing her own recollection. Now their face was being smeared across the internet, appearing
That's
next
gotta
to
be
Trump on
wild.
searches for inauguration.
Did you ever hear that person that like
Just
made
recalled
some kind of they made like a flippant tweet. It was some kind of racist thing, I think, and they tweeted and they were like going to Africa. So it was like a very long flight. I don't know exactly how long, like 10 hours or something, I don't know. But whenever they woke up, because they didn't have access to the internet or whatever, they woke up and like they were everywhere on the internet and they were fired from their job and like their entire life had crumbled around them on that flight. This shit was wild. The internet was a mistake. 1,000,000%. The internet definitely was a mistake.
Feeling like a car crash. Initially,
We
they
don't know
tried
how to handle
think
it
of ways
as a
to reclaim the
species.
experience. But as they collected all the memes, this quickly proved insurmountable. The cruel and aggressive responses to the video led Jessica to erase their online presence. While a part of Jess felt guilty for not taking advantage of the situation, it was for the best. She declined every subsequent interview and was able to separate from the situation. With all that being said, there was still one thing they came to appreciate, which also happened to be the namesake that was bestowed upon them by 4chan.
There's the scene where Luke finds out that Darth Vader's his dad, and he screams no. In this, like, way, that's the way I screamed no. And I was like, that's just freaking brilliant. I mean, it's funny, right? Because it's like, totally, like, that is so Trump. It's like Darth Vader, like, no!
Absolutely, we are.
That cannot be my dad!
Jess also appreciated many were unable to tell their gender.
They couldn't tell my gender, and I am genderqueer, like, I'm non-binary. And so I loved that when people were like, that person, or just even, like, thinking they were, like, being mean by being like, was it a girl? I don't know.
With how rare it is for these sorts of memes to reflect on their virality, it's a glimpse into how the overwhelming scrutiny can affect someone that never asked to be famous.
Yeah. Jordan Hunt. This one doesn't have a funny name.
Is an annual demonstration against abortion across North America. It's often called a visual statement of solidarity by the Christian community. The silent protest forbids participants from initiating conversation or displaying medical photos. This protocol remained when the event was scheduled on September 30th, 2018. That day, Marie-Claire Bissonnette was tasked with managing a corner in Toronto, Canada. The protest attracted a crowd of 76 people. They gathered around 2 p.m., and the first half hour went without issue. Then a man in his late 20s approached to deface their signs with markers. He was able to ruin 2 of them, but was shielded from the rest. This led to the vandal to start scribbling on the back of people's clothing. He snuck up on 5 participants, including a 10-year-old girl. After this, Marie took her cell phone out and started recording.
If somebody gets raped by somebody and they're like, I'm a 16-year-old and I can't have this baby, think you should keep it?
It's a baby. Yeah. If someone was raped and she gave birth and she decided to kill her 3-year-old child.
I meant to get your phone.
Someone call the cops.
Holy shit.
Touch me. Someone call the cops.
As a fellow Life Chain participant dialed 911, he yanked a ribbon off her chest and ran away. Marie
I thought he
retold
punched
the
her.
story in an article for Life Sites a few days later. She wanted to press charges, but police were unable to identify the suspect. They uploaded the footage to YouTube, garnering 500,000 views in the first 24 hours. It sparked widespread efforts across social media to track down the
That's what I
assailants.
thought.
The
Something
virality
like that.
led
He
his
just
employer
grabbed
to
something
step
off of him.
forward and name the kicker as 26-year-old Jordan Hunt. Jordan worked at a hair salon called Noble Studio 101. The business disavowed his actions and fired him immediately. We're 4 strong women here. We don't condone any kind of violence. Everyone has their own opinions and different ways of thinking, but violence is not the answer. Jordan had a profile on their sites which hinted at other creative endeavors. I am working on my book, The Hippie Swamp Witch, a guide to natural living and my very own product line. Even after its removal, the salon received thousands of angry messages, including threats and fake appointments, even though they were the ones that outed him. With the pressure mounting, the disgraced stylist turned himself in on October 6th. He was charged with 8 counts of assault and 7 counts of mischief under $5,000. That's when it was discovered this wasn't an isolated incident. The man was subsequently charged in a second investigation for months prior. They alleged on August 2nd, 2018, Jordan approached an anti-abortion rally on a bicycle. He tried to grab a protester's sign before pushing a woman into a pole before fleeing.
Like,
This
did he not
resulted in an
think that he would be
additional charge of
caught?
assault. The case concluded in June of 2019, with the hairdresser sentenced to 8 months of probation. He was ordered to stay 100 meters away from future pro-life rallies and $200 in restitution. Jordan read out a letter apologizing for his actions. Everyone should have the right to be without fear when they act on their beliefs. I sincerely regret that I chose such a poor way of expressing myself. However, a reporter for Rebel Media claimed he laughed while leaving the courtroom. That's the last the public ever heard of Jordan Hunt, with it being unclear what he's up to today. The video continues to appear on sites like Twitter and TikTok, where the public continues to refer to him as the Roundhouse Kicker.
This game
It
crashes
was
like
just
a
another day
ton.
when 36-year-old Ian Ferguson decided to buy some vape juice. An ardent supporter of Trump, he went out in matching attire that read, "Make America Great Again." This provoked a reaction upon his arrival to the store called Exhale City in Tucker, Georgia. While the clerk initially greeted him, after looking through
pretty
their
cool
section,
name.
he was asked to leave. Instead, Ian started filming.
That was nice. I did find the item that I wanted, and the next thing he said was that he'd like me to leave.
If you do not stop recording in my store, I'm going to call the police and ask you to leave now.
Please call the... That would be awesome. That'd be awesome. We can call Fox 5 and all sorts of stuff. I would like to purchase something.
People.
Please do call your boss, because I will be calling corporate.
Go for it.
I am looking forward to releasing this video, because I just want to purchase something.
He looks for reassurance from the only other customer in line, who happened to be
That
black.
customer is like,
Right.
The man storms off before attempting to report the man over the phone for being a Trump supporter.
I'm not a racist.
I got a in my store. He won't leave. He's wearing some Trump bullshit. Got some racist bullshit all up in his head and shit. I'm not serving anyone that has to do with that. He's a treasonous asshole.
I just want good health care for my kids. I don't have a problem with the color of your skin or yours. I'd like to purchase some of this naked vape juice, though, if that would be all right. All right, see, because... Okay, here's where we're at.
Leave the store.
Here's where you're at.
Leave the store.
Here's
Leave
where,
the store.
Here's where
Leave
we're at,
the store.
Jesus Christ, people.
Get out.
With the situation escalating, Ian offered to leave if he was allowed to simply purchase the product.
Make contact with me one more time. I'm going to make a deal with you. I want to purchase that vape juice.
No.
If you sell it to me, I won't. If you sell it to me... Look, if you sell it to me, I won't call the police. What you did was assaulted me. What I need is that for my wife. If you sell it
Give
to
me
me,
the vape
I won't
juice,
call the
goddammit.
cops and press charges on you for assault.
They almost came to an agreement, but as he rang up the vape juice in question, Ian stoked the flames.
God bless America. Capitalism wins again.
Yeah, I think both of them are fucking
He's a
morons.
racist, stupid piece of shit. You're
Whatever,
a racist,
just ring the shit up.
stupid piece of shit.
Just ring the shit up.
Fuck off.
Do my bidding. And you should have helped him first in the first place before you threw a temper tantrum, dipshit. He's standing here waiting for you to ring him up. How fucking
Get
is
out!
that possible? Help your customer.
Fuck off!
A brief silence fell over.
Dude, what the fuck?
Ian broke with laughter. That's when the customer chimed in, siding against the cashier.
This is about money. I just want to bring this thing home to my wife. You know? Man, this got nothing to do with skin color.
I'm not selling
This has
you
nothing to do with skin color. Look, I like having a little bit more money in my paycheck. I like paying less for my kids' health care. I got nothing to do with skin color, bro.
Regardless, the employee refused to budge, so Ian decided to leave. He uploaded the video to Facebook with the caption,
People are
"Trump
wild. I had
derangement
no idea
syndrome
about
strikes
this.
again." It was shared over 200,000 times, garnering 7.5 million views. The story was also covered by Fox 5 like he suggested. Within hours, the store posted a statement apologizing for the Exhale City Screecher. They denounced the employee, stating he had been fired
City
immediately.
Screecher.
Ferguson was lauded by
What
other
a
Trump
great name.
supporters who praised him for his trolling.
damn
He
it.
appeared on InfoWars and returned several times to discuss topics like 5G. Despite taking action immediately, Exhale City still continued to receive backlash. The store's Yelp page was flooded with negative reviews, dropping them to 2.5 stars. Several pages were made satirizing their brand, editing the logo into a hammer and sickle. They proceeded to delete all of their accounts on social media. It was only temporary, with their pages now back up, and the store still in operation to this very day. The employee was never publicly identified. Just as 2018 came to an end, a squabble inside a New Mexico game.
That's when my general life came to an end.
GameStop spread across Facebook.
True
The video
story.
shows a trans woman threatening an employee over the company's in-store credit. This enraged her so much she threatened to fight him before kicking over a stand of merchandise.
Once again, ma'am.
I said both of you.
No, you said sir. Once again, it's ma'am.
I actually said both of you guys. It was a general.
Right beforehand, you
Yeah,
said
guys
sir.
is usually
I
like
need
a
your corporate
nondescript
Because I'm going to call them and talk about how I was misgendered several times in the store. I need your corporate number now.
Actually, I think I did see this. This seems familiar to me.
I will get you that number right now.
The woman storms out while threatening to alert the entire LGBT community.
No, you're just going to keep bumping your gums. You're just going to keep bumping your gums and disrespecting trans people in this store, which I plan on telling the entire LGBT
Dude,
community.
like, you're not helping your cause.
If I had a nickel
You're just not fucking helping your cause.
for every time a trans person freaked out at a GameStop, I'd have 2 nickels. But it's still kind of strange that it's happened twice. No one is entirely certain who shared the video or when it took place. What is clear is that it became a viral sensation on every social media site imaginable. The story received coverage on the Daily Wire, growing especially popular in right-wing circles. They ridiculed her behavior, pointing out it wasn't very ladylike. It's ma'am was adopted facetiously alongside explicit transphobia. This certainly wasn't every meme, but concern grew over how it was being used. This did little to hinder its overall popularity exploding, as many public freakouts had before. Things were only exacerbated on January 14th when she agreed to do an interview with local news. The broadcast identified her as Tiffany Moore. They showed several memes, even reading one that contained a slur.
The internet responded to the viral clip with memes like Superman, Aquaman, and Macho Man, Trans Savage.
While Tiffany was upset by the bigotry, she also saw it as an opportunity to raise awareness.
And yeah, I could have reacted a whole lot better. But you know what? I look back at it, if I could, I wouldn't change a single thing. I would do it 100,000 times again. I would kick over that display 100,000 times again because my actions were justified. I mean, it was blatant and malicious hate.
As an aspiring rapper, she planned to create a song about transgender issues.
Fucking crashed again.
Despite the backlash, she stood by her actions, declaring she had no regrets and would do it all again. With that in mind, users began digging into her past, discovering she had a criminal record. They discovered she went to jail several times and spent 3 years in prison for armed robbery. It was around this time GameStop issued a statement standing by their employee. The incident that occurred between Tiffany Moore and our GameStop associate was unfortunate. We believe our associate acted professionally after misspeaking by apologizing and remaining calm to de-escalate the situation. The lack of support didn't stop her from finishing the song, titled Superman. It was released on February 12, 2019, under the pseudonym Serotonin. That September, Tiffany appeared on the After Prison show to discuss her time behind bars. She gave an even more detailed recount of that fateful day. As it turns out, the incident took place the day after Christmas. Tiffany bought her son a PS4 alongside gifts from other people. He ended up with 2 of the same game, which she tried to return. This proved unsuccessful as GameStop has a very strict policy. They only offered her in-store credit for games without the plastic wrapper. The employee apparently explained this while calling Tiffany Sir several times.
Yeah, that's a good name, right?
When the recording
I was
starts.
thinking that.
Tiffany went on to label the bystander that stepped in as a Karen.
And then a woman who was standing with her kid over one of the game selections, like, comes marching over there, you know, the Karen type that always wants to speak to the manager. And she comes marching over and she says, "Excuse me, sir."
With her 15 minutes of fame, Tiffany tried to launch an online career.
This must be, I don't know why.
With her YouTube channel still under 1,000
why
subscribers.
like this
She went inactive on the account in 2021, appearing to have left the internet for good. After the GameStop incident, the notable examples of SJW freakouts pretty much faded. Sure, some videos of supposed triggered leftists made their rounds on right-wing Twitter, but the greater
we're out of
public
that
moved
era,
on, and none of these had viral memes or catchphrases.
On the
so what
downhill.
happened? Well, firstly, I think after Donald Trump was elected president, it started to get old. At the beginning, there appeared to be a social movement behind making these people household names. But once the likes of 4chan got their preferred candidate into office, it just started to get old. If you look at Google Trends, you can even see the term hit peak relevance the month Trump won, and it was just downhill from there. Lots of grifters started overusing the terminology of the era. And now if you were to call someone a social justice warrior or triggered unironically, you'd just be ridiculed. What I find interesting is that the genre of naming people in freakouts didn't actually end there, but rather shifted over to the category of Karen freakouts.
Oh shit, he
You
has a
see,
Karen
pretty
one
much
too? We
immediately
can watch
after the
that.
SJW fad died, people
didn't know he had a
started filming
Karen one.
unhinged middle-aged white women and giving them names as a form of ridicule. This, of course, was a bit more agreeable to people across the political spectrum, but also died down by the end of the pandemic. I think there was a lot of people in the political center that liked mocking these social justice warriors because they went so far in one direction. But once they realized they were being used by the likes of Fox News to further an agenda, they didn't want to go with it anymore. This pretty much explains why I think H3 Productions got rid of all those videos. They didn't want to be lumped in with those types. I have to say that when I'm comparing the social justice freakouts and Karen freakouts, at least with the former, the people didn't usually try to dox and ruin the lives of the people they were mocking. And that cannot be said for the Karens. Right now, the trend of gawking at a recorded freakout and latching onto names and catchphrases is not too popular. But I foresee the trend regaining traction in a new form, since humans can't help but watch a dumpster fire.
He's
While
right.
this might not be...
That's why we're watching it right now. You can't look away. It's human nature. I know it's trashy. I've already said this. Like, I'm not proud of watching this shit, but I'm gonna watch it anyway. It's my stream.
The most healthy of online activities, I can't deny that I enjoy the show just as much as anyone else.
There you go. There you go. Oh, fuck. I don't want to hear real news.
Joining us now from
I don't want to hear real news. Come on, internet. What else you got for me? Ooh, scammer payback. Obese. What the fuck? Like, if you're a large person, that's fine, but don't, like, paint it as being healthy. It's just not a good thing. Let's see. I'll find that Karen video if I don't find anything here. Let's see the Asman react to this. This might be interesting.
Problem. Hey there, doctor, mate. You alright?
Wait, what?
So apparently obese is a slur now, which is crazy. I didn't even know that.
Alright, so our next patient.
Didn't either.
Oh, hey, Susan. What appears to be the problem? Hey there, doctor, mate. You alright? Yeah, I'm fine. How are you, Susan? Doctor, I'm gonna be honest, mate. Not too great. I feel a little chest pain, right? And my knees hurt when I walk. Okay, well, Susan, the problem with... But that's not all, doctor.
Yeah.
I run out of breath really easily, and I just feel tired all the time. Yeah, Susan, I think I might know what the problem you're having is. And every doctor I've gone to about this problem has just been really fat-phobic. Always making comments about my weight and my diet, and it's just really insulting. Susan, I think they might be... No, I might be a bit... plus size, but it's got nothing to do with my health. I don't know why
She's
they
big
keep bringing it
boned.
up. One doctor even called me the
Jesus
slur
Christ.
obese. Excuse my language. Wait, the slur obese? What do you mean? What do you mean slur? God, they're all so bigoted and closed-minded. Doctor, I just want a solution to my problem.
God
Can you help me
damn
out,
it.
please, mate?
Fucking...
Yo,
Jesus.
you're joking, right?
So
Oh yeah, why?
Hello, lady.
you want to know another example of this, how this has already happened, is retarded. So retarded used to be the word that you would use as the euphemism for a word that was worse. But now we don't use, now retarded is seen as the bad word, and people are using neurodivergent instead. Now, guys, I think that if you are using a word that is supposed to mean a lack of mental acuity or awareness or some variation of that, and you're using it in a derogatory way, it doesn't matter what word you're using.
He's right. I've said that before. Like, if you take like retarded and you make another word for it, people are going to use that word and it means the exact same thing. So then people are going to like get on that word, and then people are going to make other words, and then they're going to make sure that like you can't say those words. And eventually we're just going to go through the entire fucking English dictionary and nothing can be said about anything.
That's what I think. I think that people are just looking for a new way to complain about something stupid. The Linus word? Oh, the hard R. Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, cats and dogs, Starlight, and Huey. Welcome back to the channel.
Starlight and
If
Huey.
this just so happens to be your first time here, then I'm not even gonna say it. Okay, you know.
I've never seen this.
You know.
I've never,
And
I've never
before
seen this channel
people
before.
go in the comments and say, "Oh, you sound so different. Why do you sound so different?" It's because I got braces.
I can't watch editing like this.
I
can't do it. The fucking spastic editing of this shit, I can't do it. Sorry, I can't do it. We'll watch the Karen thing. I fucking hate editing like that. It's also why like I stopped watching Mr. Beast like 5 years ago. The just flashing shit all the time. No. It's not for me. It's great if you like that. Not for me. Here we go. 2 months ago. Still fairly relevant.
letting him walk away with my phone. Well, good. I mean, I'm glad you guys think it's okay to like infringe on people's rights here.
For the span of a few years, starting in the late 2010s, before ramping up heavily during the pandemic, the internet was bombarded with videos of middle-aged white women losing their tempers in public. Over time, these ladies came to be known by society at large as Karens, one of the most common white female names of Gen Xers. And while this trend appears to have died off in recent times, I wanted to look back at this phenomenon in retrospect.
He's right. We don't really get that much anymore.
To any of it. What I found was actually pretty interesting, which is what I'll dive into today. At one point in time, Karen Turner was a fairly well-respected member of the New York and New Jersey political scenes, even serving as a Port Authority Commissioner for both states and leading their ethics committee. Things started to change on March 31st, 2018, when the car that Turner's daughter was riding in was pulled over in Tenafly, New Jersey. Upon a brief investigation, the officers discovered that the vehicle's registration was out of date, and thus were required to impound it. Turner was called in order to give her daughter a ride home. When she arrived at the scene, though, she became very confrontational with the authorities present.
Well, I think it's not that white Karens are middle-aged. It's that middle-aged people become Karens, right?
And the following 8-minute argument was caught on their dash cam.
Let's hear why were they pulled over, first of all? Miss. Now don't call me Miss, I'm Commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner,
yes.
all due
Why
respect.
were they pulled over?
Are you finished, ma'am?
I'm shocked.
Are you
I'm
finished?
shocked and very disappointed. Thank you
you
for
may
your
take
help.
them. You may take them now.
You may not tell me when to take my child. You may shut the f up and not tell me when I may take my
You may
kid
shut the fuck
and her
up.
friends who are PhD students from MIT and Yale. You may tell me nothing because
Is
you
this
told me
this is the origin of the word Karen? I had no idea. This is like an origin story, right?
When this footage was made public, people began mocking
idea.
Turner over the way she seemingly tried to inflate her position as commissioner to laud power over these officers, despite the fact that her role was unpaid and shared amongst multiple other people. According to sources, the Port Authority quickly began planning a meeting on what to do with this OG Karen. However, she negated any need for action on their part when she resigned just a few days after the video went public, releasing a brief statement to go along with her decision.
I let my emotions get the better of
of me and regret my tone towards the police officers and use of off-color language. For this, I apologize. However, at no point did I violate the Port Authority's code of ethics or ask for special treatment for anyone involved. I encourage the Tenafly Police Department to review best practices with respect to tone and de-escalation so that incidents like this do not recur.
The Port Authority and Tenafly Police Force were reportedly not very pleased with Turner's words here, viewing them as a non-apology. Nevertheless, no charges were ever laid against her as all parties seemed happy to move on. A few months later, though, a bill was passed in New Jersey, which ended the issuance of badges to non-law enforcement politicians in order to prevent an incident like this from ever occurring again. It's interesting to note that one of the earliest examples of a viral Karen also happened to actually be named Karen, as several years before the term was widely used. And while this appears to be the first instance of the name being associated with a middle-aged white woman losing her temper in public, there does not seem to be any sort of correlation between Turner's story and the popularization of the term later on. And on top of that, her name starts with a C and not a K, so it's different. But still, this is just the very top of the rabbit hole.
It's different.
On a warm day in April of 2018, a group of people gathered together for a barbecue at Lake Merritt, a park located in Oakland, California. What would ordinarily be a lighthearted and fun get-together quickly soured when an uninvited guest arrived on the scene. What must be understood is that the majority of the attendees were black, something that seemed to be of great interest to one woman who was watching this unfold. As people began arriving at the park, they noticed a white woman watching them from a distance, appearing to talk on her phone for multiple hours. This woman would later be identified as Jennifer Schulte. As one man walked up, he allegedly overheard her calling him the N-word as he passed, although this claim was later walked back. The woman then allegedly approached the group in order to confront them, demanding that they leave immediately. She claimed that the charcoal grill they were using was illegal in the area, although everyone in attendance pushed back against this notion. They continued arguing this point back and forth, neither side backing down. It was at this point that Michelle Dion, the wife of one of the partygoers, arrived and began filming the woman's attempt to contact authorities. Things escalated when Dion presented Schulte her business card, which she allegedly snatched out of her hand and did not return when asked for it back.
She just took a card out of my hand so that she could try and get this guy.
So you offered it to show it to me.
I showed it to you. I didn't say take it out of my hand. You stole the card. Can you please give it back? Because I would like it.
Sure, I'll just take a picture. Please do not touch me, otherwise I will call 911 for assault.
How about you give me the card without being a doxing ass?
After this, Schulte left the park and met with police outside a nearby convenience store, where she was recorded sobbing uncontrollably as she spoke to the officers. They
Maybe that'll work, I don't know.
Charges being filed, although Schulte allegedly returned later in the day, continuing to make her same demands to no avail. The video of the incident spread on the internet rapidly, with the woman featured dubbed Barbecue Becky. What you'll notice about these early middle-aged women freakouts is that their viral names seem to focus on the use of alliteration rather than stereotypical names from that demographic. Schulte's identity was soon doxed as people began searching for her place of work. Some people tracked her to Stanford University, where it was believed that she was a professor. However, the school quickly stepped in to clarify that she had only earned a degree from them and had never been a member of the faculty. According to her LinkedIn profile before it was deleted, Schulte worked as an air quality specialist, explaining her disdain for the charcoal
These fast guys
While
are
it can't be
so
said for
fucking
certain,
annoying.
A few sources have reported that she was fired. The Oakland community rallied
It's
behind the people who
ridiculous.
filmed the video,
God damn, man.
organizing an event at Lake Merritt the following month named Barbecuing While Black.
A lot of people I talked to out here today said this barbecue wasn't about making a broad stand against racism. They had a very specific message.
Stop calling the police and mind your own business.
Schulte herself remained silent on the matter, retreating from the public eye. Unlike other examples of viral Karens, she has never spoken out to give her side of the story. Today's video is sponsored by my own company, 1UP, the definitive all-in-one face cream. To explain why I created this product, let's rewind
from
back
Mars
2
is a
years when I was
face
looking
cream?
to include a skincare regimen into my life, but found that the skincare industry was extremely confusing, with companies trying to upsell you with dozens of products. Not only was using all this expensive, but also time-consuming, which made me wonder why couldn't all of the best ingredients be put into one bottle that I can apply to my face once a day and then get on with my life. Surprisingly, what I was looking for didn't really seem to exist, so I assembled a team to design the product I am now holding, which I'm quite proud of. This cream packs quite a punch and includes a plethora of ingredients to moisturize, boost, strengthen, protect, and tone your skin. So if you're looking for a straightforward way to self-improve and help your skin for decades to come, I suggest clicking the link down below and trying it for yourself. And if you use my promo code GFM at checkout, you'll receive free shipping on your order.
This shit blows.
Jumping forward to June of 2018, an 8-year-old Jordan Rogers decided to make some money by selling bottles of water on the street outside her San Francisco home. According to her family, the child had the goal of funding a trip to Disneyland. While this may sound on the surface like a charming and uplifting tale, not everyone felt that way. Allison Edel, a local woman who happened to be working from home on that day in question, came outside and allegedly began asking the girl and her mother, Erin Austin, if they had a permit to be making these sales. When they said no, Edel and Austin both pulled out their phones, the former to call the authorities, the latter to record the event.
This woman don't want to let a little girl sell some water. She calling police on an 8-year-old little girl. You can hide all you want. The whole world gonna see you, boo.
Yeah, and illegally selling water without a permit? Yeah.
On my property.
Illegally selling water without a permit.
The video was soon posted online by Jordan's cousin, who added a hashtag dubbing Edel Permit Patty. Onlookers quickly flocked in by the thousands. This was only a couple of months separated from the Barbecue Becky fiasco, and thus gained a very similar sort of attention due to the fact that Allison was white and the people she had been arguing with were black. Internet sleuths soon deduced Edel's identity and found out that she was the CEO of a cannabis company known as Treatwell Health, a position from which she resigned from only a few days later. As the firestorm raged, it wasn't long until Edel spoke out in order to add a little more context to the situation. According to her, the reason she had even gone outside to engage with Jordan in the first place was because she was trying to focus while working under extreme tight deadlines for several hours, but was unable to concentrate with the child yelling outside her window. On top of this, she also claimed to have been bluffing when she called the police, and her motivations had nothing to do with race. That assertion was later called into question when the audio from the 911 call was leaked online.
Hi, I'm having someone that does not have a vendor permit that's selling water across from the ballpark.
While Edel did offer an apology to Jordan and her mother, they both declined. As for how the situation turned out for them, the story soon caught the attention of musician Jonathan Brannon, who decided to gift Jordan with the trip to Disneyland she had been working so hard towards.
Over the weekend, she got some good news.
They know you want to go to Disneyland, and they bought you 4 tickets to go.
On October 10th, 2018, 9-year-old Jeremiah Harvey went shopping with his mother at a local bodega in New York City. As they left the establishment, they passed by a woman standing at the checkout counter named Teresa Klein. An altercation quickly broke out between the two parties, with Klein accusing the child of grabbing her inappropriately as she walked past. Eventually, she picked up her phone in order to call the police, which is when bystanders pulled out their own devices to record.
That's right, the son grabbed my ass.
Yeah, exactly.
Make her go viral. She's nasty.
Make her go viral.
You're a pedophile.
Make her go
You're a
viral.
pedophile. You're a pedophile.
Go viral.
Call the police. Because the little kid bust her ass.
You're a pedophile. Go home.
When asked for comment on whether or not the 911 call had actually been made, New York City authorities claimed that they had no record of her in their system. That being said, there are conflicting reports saying that police did arrive at the scene, although no incident report was ever filed. After this all became public, many of Klein's former neighbors began speaking out and claiming that she had a history of calling 911 over petty squabbles. In fact, a reporter by the name of Andrew Ramos decided to visit Klein's apartment in order to verify these claims, resulting in the police allegedly being called on him as well. For the next couple of days afterward, Klein stuck to her guns and claimed that she had been sexually assaulted by the 9-year-old, and that Jeremiah's mother had actually been the instigator of the argument. But things changed when she was invited back to the bodega in order to view the security footage from the day in question. Surrounded by a crowd of people who all hated her, Klein watched the tape which clearly showed the boy's backpack brushing up against her as he walked by. To give her credit, Klein soon apologized to Jeremiah, but made sure to be clear that she still had a beef with the boy's mother. In fact, she threatened legal action against her for allegedly threatening her life in the moments just before the infamous video was taken, although it appears this lawsuit never came to fruition. On the night of October 13th, 2018, St. Louis resident Darian Tolles returned to his apartment complex after a long day of work. But as he attempted to enter the building, he found an unexpected obstacle in his path. Hillary Mueller, a fellow resident who demanded that Tolles provide proof that he actually lived there.
You can film me, that's fine.
I understand, ma'am, but you're blocking me.
Into my building.
Okay, and it's my building as well, so I need you to get out my way.
Okay, what unit?
I don't need to say that information. I'm on the 4th floor. Excuse me.
No. You don't have a key fob. You are... No.
No. Ma'am.
If you have that, then okay.
Ma'am, you're not security. You're not the property manager. You're not Mike Herman.
No, but I live here.
Okay, and I live here too. You're not Mike Herman.
He was eventually able to get past her. But she was not finished just yet. Mueller decided to follow Tolles all the way to his apartment in order to confirm his story. She finally relented after witnessing Tolles unlock his door and go inside, although it was reported that she also called 911 following the incident. According to Tolles, police showed up to his apartment later in the night in order to investigate a report that he had made his neighbors uncomfortable. While authorities confirmed that the call had been placed, it did not result in any sort of charges being filed. Regardless, the damage had already been done. Tolles uploaded his video to Facebook, where millions of viewers dubbed his harasser Key Fob Kelly. It probably goes without saying that Mueller's life was turned upside down once her identity became public. Tribeca STL, the real estate management firm at which she worked, confirmed that she had been let go in the span of roughly a day. As the news cycle kept on turning, Hillary chose to speak out in an interview in order to defend herself. According to her, the situation had been a bit more nuanced than it appeared in the initial video. On the night in question, she had been standing by the building's front door, holding it open a crack in order to allow her dog to relieve itself outside. It was then that Tolles arrived on the scene, attempting to enter the lobby without using the required key fob since the door was already open. Hillary claimed that, according to the condo association's directions, residents were not to allow anyone inside the building if they did not recognize them. When Tolles refused to present his key fob, she became suspicious. In addition, it was revealed that the initial coverage of Hillary's identity may not have been entirely accurate. While most early sources stated her last name to be Mueller, that was soon changed to Thornton once it was discovered that she had been separated from her husband, Brandon Mueller, for over a year. According to some sources, Hillary had been trying to use the fact that she was married to a person of color to dodge the label of racist. But Brandon quickly stepped in to offer his own statement on the matter, condemning his ex-wife's behavior.
As a man of color, I've spent most of my professional career teaching others the importance of diversity and inclusion. My only hope is that we as a community can use this as an opportunity to do what my late father taught me many years ago, to not allow others' ignorance to incite anger and hatred.
Despite claiming that her actions against Tolles were not racially motivated, Hillary was still placed into the same camp as the previous other viral incidents from earlier that year. While her story is not nearly as well remembered as some of the others, it seems as though her life wasn't any less ruined by it, whether the response was warranted or not. And this incident is what I like to call the end of the classic era of Karens, as new stories in the genre died out.
There's like a golden era and a
That'll
silver
change
age,
though when the
golden
global
age,
pandemic
silver
struck
age.
in 2020, and a new wave of outbursts began rocking the internet, with the Karen moniker truly being solidified. It was the height of the lockdowns in 2020, and businesses around the world were cracking down on safety regulations in order to prevent the spread of COVID. The vast majority of stores began mandating that all of their customers wear masks at all times while shopping at their establishments, a decision which proved controversial amongst a large group of people and caused arguments between business management and clientele. One such example happened in May of that year, when Shelley Lewis wanted to go shopping at a Gelson store located in Dana Point, California. When she was denied entry for not wearing a mask, she decided to take out her phone in order to record this perceived injustice.
Hi, I have a medical condition that I'm not allowed to wear a mask, and I'm not required by HIPAA rules and regulations to disclose that.
Okay, can we shop for you?
So, what does that look like? I have private things I want to get, but maybe I don't want you to see.
For you, but I can't let you in the store without a mask.
Okay, so where's the regulations that state that?
Like, those people are just there to,
Because
like,
you're
cause
discriminating
shit.
against me now. Do you
It's
know
really
that?
annoying.
You're discriminating against me. No. Well, good. I mean, I'm glad you guys think it's okay to, like, infringe on people's rights here.
Lewis uploaded this video to her Facebook page, seemingly believing that the world would be as outraged as she was. But it soon left its target audience when it was shared on sites like Twitter and Reddit, where users mocked her endlessly for what they deemed to be an overreaction on her part. This was also around the time that the term Karen entered the popular lexicon, which led her to being given names such as Anti-Mask Karen and Gelson's Karen. When people inevitably started digging into her background, they discovered some interesting details about Shelley's other beliefs. Not only was she a flat earther, but was apparently quite prominent in that community.
Imagine that.
She had
She's
been
a flat
listed as a
earther.
featured
Who would have
speaker
thought?
at 2019's Flat Earth Conference, where it was mentioned that she had served as an Army paratrooper for 5 years before being honorably discharged. In addition, she had organized a fundraiser to create a pro-Flat Earth documentary that same year, although it appears it never came to fruition. With the increased level of scrutiny now placed upon her after the incident, Lewis decided to completely wipe her presence off the Flat Earth, and has not been heard from since.
Good one.
On May 25th, 2020, Christian Cooper traveled to New York Central Park in order to do a bit of bird watching. On that same day, an investment banker by the name of Amy Cooper, no relation, was walking her dog in an area of the park known as the Ramble, a very popular spot for bird watching. While dog owners are required to keep their pets leashed at all times in the Ramble, many people do not obey this rule, leading to multiple disputes between them and local birders. And yes, that is the term for bird watchers. When Christian arrived at the park, he discovered Amy's Cocker Spaniel running free. He quickly confronted her about this, asking the woman to put the dog on a leash. She pushed back on this request, claiming that all the dog runs were closed and that the other areas where her dog could run around unleashed were too dangerous. This is when Christian flatly stated, "If you're going to do what you want, I'm going to do what I want, but you're not going to like it." After that, the birder reached into his bag and pulled out a dog treat, which he kept on his person for just this sort of situation. He began luring the canine towards him, causing Amy to panic and grab her pet by the collar. This was when Christian pulled out his phone and started recording.
There is an African-American man. I am in Central Park. He is recording me and threatening
I
myself
remember
and my
this
dog.
one. God, these people are so fucking annoying.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you either. I'm being threatened by a man in the Ramble. Please send the cops immediately.
Police did arrive on the scene shortly thereafter, but by that time both parties had already left. While Christian at first seemed content to let the situation end there, his sister Melody, whom he had shared the video with, had other ideas. She posted the out-of-context clip on Twitter, where it soon spread like wildfire.
Imagine that,
and
no
Amy was
context.
dubbed Central Park Karen. It certainly didn't help her case that the incident occurred the same exact day that George Floyd was killed in Minneapolis. Due to Amy's emphasis on Christian's race during her phone call to police, the two events ended up getting clumped together. For Amy, the mob justice was swift. Her employer, the investment firm Franklin Templeton, posted a public statement the following day announcing that she had been fired, adding that they do not tolerate racism of any kind. The Abandoned Angels Cocker Spaniel Rescue, the organization which Amy had adopted her pet in the first place from, also announced that she had voluntarily surrendered the animal back to their care, although it would eventually be returned to her. Amy also soon released a public apology on the matter, working with a PR firm in order to hopefully salvage some of her reputation.
It was unacceptable, and I humbly and fully apologize to everyone who's
Those
seen
guys
that
up
video.
there, I don't know what the
Everyone
fuck
that's
to
been
do with
offended.
them.
Everyone who thinks of me in a lower light, and I understand why they do.
While Christian himself publicly stated he accepted the apology, many people still called for Amy to see justice in actual court. A couple of months later in July, the former investment banker faced charges of filing a false police report, which had the potential of sending her to jail for a year. However, these charges would be dropped in February of 2021 after Amy attended a series of classes about racial justice and equality. Following this, the story faded from the public consciousness as all parties seemed to move on with their lives. But in November of 2023, Amy Cooper came out of hiding in order to write an opinion piece for Newsweek about the ways in which her life had been forever altered by what had happened in
maybe
2020.
don't be
According to her, she
racist,
was still
Karen.
receiving death threats years after fleeing New York
literally
City
that
and
simple.
keeping as low of a profile as possible. To make matters even worse, the Central Park incident has made it next to impossible for her to hold a job in her field. In an attempt to defend herself, Amy also clarified many previously unreported details from that fateful day. According to her, the reason she had repeated Christian's race so many times to the 911 operator was because the phone signal on the Ramble was so weak that she was having trouble getting through. She also mentioned several other dog owners, including a man named Jerome Lockett, who had previous negative experiences with Christian. She ended her op-ed by asking forgiveness and denouncing the word Karen. On June 7, 2020, the residents of Livermore, California were participating in their regular farmers market. One of the vendors in attendance that day was Dan Floyd, who operated a small stand called Dan Good Cookies. In addition to selling baked goods, he also handed out small gay pride flags to anyone who visited his booth. This eventually caught the attention of Gail Hayden, the director of the California Farmers Market Association, who confronted Floyd about what he was doing.
But like I said, I'm not going to show up with the flags again without telling you. Like, obviously, I have an option.
Nobody else has flags. That should have been a clue.
I don't think that makes any sense, Gail. Like, I am an LGBT member of our community, and this is something that's important to me.
I don't even care what the flags are for. My job is to run the market, not to satisfy your political point of view. And you can do your political point of view anytime you want to. You can come stand on this corner another time. But these people are brought here by the farmers. And so we have to have rules. And the fact that you haven't read the 30 pages is disturbing to me.
It goes without saying at this point that the clip was posted to the internet, where it was shared amongst millions of people who rallied in support of Floyd and lambasted Hayden for what they deemed to be vindictive and petty behavior. Gail's daughter Kayla, who also happened to be the CFMA's senior market manager, quickly spoke up in defense of her mother. According to her, the incident had nothing to do with homophobia. Children at the farmers market had allegedly been using the flags as makeshift swords and had begun to injure one another. On top of that, according to the market's regulations, passing out petitions and flyers was strictly prohibited outside of the designated free speech zone. But this explanation was not satisfactory to Floyd and his supporters, who continued calling for action to be taken. The pressure eventually got to be so great that the CFMA announced that they would be resigning as the organizers of the Livermore Farmers Market, and the event would be temporarily shut down until a new organization could be found to lead. In a statement to the press, Gail Hayden expressed her regret at how the situation had been handled.
While we were focused on enforcing the market's rules, we neglected to see the bigger picture Dan was expressing with his pride flags. The LGBTQ+ community deserves a tolerant environment to express and celebrate their identity.
It seems as though Floyd made it out of the situation as the clear victor. Not only had his opponent stepped down, but sales of his cookies skyrocketed as a result of the media attention. On June 10, 2020, another incident happened in California, this time Torrance. It all started when a local woman by the name of Sherry Berry decided to travel to the nearby Wilson Park in order to do some exercising. Upon arrival, she set her phone on the ground to film her workout routine. This is when a wild Karen appeared.
Jesus.
While Barry shut off the recording after this, she quickly started it back up once she realized that this situation was rapidly escalating.
Next time you ever talk to me like that, you're gonna get your ass kicked by my family. They're gonna f you up.
Ooh, shit.
They're gonna f you up.
What did I do?
Because you are an asshole. Look at the whole stairs to yourself.
You had these stairs and that
Why don't you go somewhere else where you can go to a gym? This is not just for you.
Dude, what is wrong with people?
Get the f out of this world. Get the f out of this state. Go back to whatever f***ing Asian country you belong in.
Wow, okay.
Barry, of course, uploaded it to the internet where it exploded in popularity. Even Torrance's mayor spoke up, claiming that the police would be investigating the incident. Predictably, people wanted to hear what the disagreeable woman in the video, later identified as Lena Hernandez, had to say for herself. They began scouring the internet in order to unearth her docs. But as it would soon turn out, this search was unnecessary.
Damn, people have no
Nearly a day after the
chill.
initial viral video, a new clip was uploaded by another Torrance resident showcasing a separate encounter with Hernandez.
Did you just make a racist comment?
You know what? I am not a racist person.
You just made a racist comment.
You need to go home.
I am from here.
Look it.
Go home.
I am here from here.
Go home. I don't care about your Facebook or your video.
Oh, okay. You're
Do you
making
know
a
how
racist
many
comment
people
right
can't
now?
stand you being
Oh,
here?
great.
You
Amazing
play
racist.
games. We don't play games.
Oh,
Sounds-
what kind of game are you playing?
I play games where you get
Yeah,
to death.
no shit.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Great. Well, great.
Wow.
All right. I think you're
Wow.
You understand me, China man?
Respect.
Respect.
Respect people.
Respect.
Lady.
I can understand your language in
Respect.
China man.
Lady.
Respect. Then you move your car.
Allegedly, this was recorded on the very same day
Shit.
in the very same park as the first video. Yes, by all accounts, Hernandez had become a menace to the entire city, leading social media users to give her the name Torrance Karen. But as would soon be discovered,
Torrance.
this sort of behavior was far from a new development for her. When the clip started going viral on sites like Twitter, a third Torrance resident named Casey Lynn Salmoneo immediately recognized the culprit. Apparently, she had previously encountered the internet's newest Karen at the Del Amo Mall back in October of 2019. According to her, she had seen Hernandez verbally accosting a mall employee. When Salmoneo stepped in to intervene, the enraged Karen aggressively shoved her to the
What if I
floor
can,
before
like,
leaving the
redo
scene.
this whole
While the victim
thing?
said that she had spoken with police at the time, the investigation ultimately turned up no leads. But with Hernandez now thrust into the national spotlight, law enforcement was finally able to catch up with her. She was arrested on July 3rd, 2020, although she was released later that day on a bail of $1. Following the trial process, Hernandez ended up being sentenced to 47 days in jail, 3 years of probation with mandatory anger management classes, and was banned from going within 100 yards of the mall or her victim. Many were outraged by the sentencing, including the woman that she shoved.
That's how they value us, Asian Americans. That's how they value our safety. It's disappointing they would do just the bare minimum.
In May of 2021, Hernandez returned to court in order to petition that her sentence be altered. According to her, she was unable to pay for the anger management therapy. Taking pity, the judge decided to sentence her to 80 hours of
Taking
community
pity?
service instead.
Why?
In
Why
addition,
would-
her
oh my
probation was
God.
reduced from 3 years to just 1.
Don't fucking
On June
take
12,
pity on these
2020, a
people.
Twitter user by the name of James Juaneo posted a video of a confrontation he recently had with two people in the neighborhood of Pacific Heights, San Francisco, when they caught him stenciling a message of support for Black Lives Matter in chalk outside his home.
And you don't know if I live here or if this is my property.
We actually do know. That's why we're asking.
Oh, really? Because you live here, right? You said so.
Because we know the person who does live here.
Oh, okay. Then I suggest you call him or call the police.
Well, we're not doing anything illegal.
Neither am I.
Actually, you are.
Ooh, got him.
Oh, okay. Well, then call the cops.
We will do.
Lisa and Robert.
Yeah.
I'll be right here.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Of course, the clip rapidly went viral as social media users began tracking down the people featured in it. The woman was soon identified
Yeah, but
as
you
Lisa
clearly
Alexander,
missed the point of,
founder
like, Black Lives Matter. All lives do matter, but the fact... Why? All lives do matter, but, like, Black lives have been systematically discriminated against, and nobody... Like, that's the whole point of the thing. Like, you're missing the entire point of the movement. You should probably go read up about it.
CEO of LaFace Skincare, while the man was discovered to be her husband, Robert Larkins. As soon as their names were made public, anyone associated with the couple were quick to sever ties. Not only did the company Birchbox announce that they would no longer be working with Alexander's brand, but the LaFace website temporarily went offline. Larkin's employer, the investment firm Raymond James, also released a public statement saying that he had been fired due to the incident.
After an
Son of a
investigation
bitch.
into the circumstances of a video alleging racism by one of our associates, we have concluded that the actions of he and his partner were inconsistent with our values, and the associate is no longer employed with Raymond James.
Things became even worse for the couple a month later when
To your heritage? What? I don't know what you're talking
the
about.
audio from the call Larkins made to the neighborhood police was made public. Despite
Because the past influences the future, and, like, there's systematic racism in America, so if we don't care about the past, we're going to repeat the mistakes in the future. And we also know about the past, so it can help us inform our decisions about the future and see why we are in the shape that we are right now. Where you have, like, gentrification of neighborhoods where black families are being displaced. It happens all the time here in DFW. Like, it's a huge thing. It's really fucked up too. and nobody like cares about it, so that's why Black Lives Matter got started, is to draw attention to that where nobody wants to see that attention. Do you Native Americans revolting? What? Should Native Americans revolt? Probably. We fucked them out of their entire land.
Alexander claiming
And
in the
like threw smallpox blankets on them and shit like that.
video that she knew who lived in the house, this tape
Like we
revealed that
fucking
was actually
fucked
not
them
the
real
case.
bad.
That's wonderful if he wants to do that on the street or on the sidewalk, but this is
it a
somebody.
private home?
Yes,
Do you know who lives at the house?
I don't.
It should be noted that James was actually a renter of the property. As the situation spiraled out of control, Alexander and Larkin soon released public apologies in an attempt to soften the blow.
When I watched the video, I am shocked and sad that I behaved the way I did. It was disrespectful to Mr. Giuliano, and I am deeply sorry for that. I did not realize at the time that my actions were racist, and have learned a painful lesson.
Now you know.
While James
Yeah.
did say he was
Good
willing
that
to
she
talk
learned a
face to
lesson.
face with the duo, they quickly disappeared
Damn it.
from the public view after saying their piece. That is until very recently, when Alexander posted a new statement to the About section of the LaFace
Son of a
website,
bitch.
going into previously unmentioned details from the incident. According to her, James had never actually made an effort to speak to her in private, despite his claims to the contrary. She also claimed to have been the victim of endless harassment, including one occasion in which masked men armed with baseball bats and shotguns attempted to break
Jesus
into her
Christ.
house. Conveniently, no public record of this alleged
Yeah.
crime can be found. as
Imagine
she
that.
apparently
Yeah.
felt that calling 911 would only increase the
You
media's
have proof?
scrutiny against her
It
and her
was
husband.
revealed to me in a
Because apparently
delusion.
getting roasted on Twitter is a much worse fate than armed men breaking into your house. She is now attempting to rebuild LaFace's image from the ground up and rehabilitate herself in the eye of the world. While it's true many people have already moved on from the incident, it's impossible to know if she will ever be able to shake it fully. Despite the fact that
Probably
very few
not.
people were on Alexander's side, it was around that time that the term Karen began to receive some pushback in the media. Critics, mainly consisting of white female journalists,
It got to you because in the hood you saw Black Lives Matter signs? Okay, that's... Okay, good. It's raising awareness of it.
began
Like, I don't-
calling it
I don't
misogynistic
know,
and racist.
like,
Particularly
what your
people
angle is
actually
here.
named Karen, who felt like their lives were being negatively impacted by the growing meme. Of course, these dissenting voices did nothing to stop the rolling snowball, but it served to show just how much of a cultural impact was being made in a relatively short period of time. In June of 2020, the American public's distrust in the police force was at an all-time high, and officers were beginning to feel the pressure. On the morning of the 15th, Sheriff's Deputy Stacey Talbert in the state of Georgia decided to go live on Facebook, following a particularly triggering experience at McDonald's.
The girl comes to the window and asks me what my order was. I repeat my order and my coffee. They asked me to pull up because my food's not ready. It's an English muffin meal with a hash brown and coffee. A girl comes out with my coffee and just the coffee. And she hands it to me and I have my window down. And that's all she hands me is the coffee. So I told her, I said, don't bother with the food because right now I'm too nervous to take it.
Oh, she's crying. It's so
It doesn't matter how
bad.
many hours I've been up. It doesn't matter what I've done for anyone. Right now I'm too nervous to take a meal from McDonald's.
This
Oh my
obviously
God.
irked the people who saw the stream, who began
Didn't we get flags near the park about how many? Yeah. That's good. People should know how many people die. They should put their martyred photos up too so people can see. People should be made to force to see that.
sharing it around the internet. Viewers gawked as this officer of the law broke down in tears purely because her fast food order took a little bit too long. Her
took
critics
too
wondered
long.
how Talbert could lack so much self-awareness. This earned her the nickname Officer Karen. When the owners of the McDonald's in question caught wind of this story, they reached out to Talbert to see if there was any way to make things right. While the two parties sorted things out amicably in private, the officer decided to speak out publicly about the response to her stream. According to her, people had completely missed the point of what she was trying to say.
It's not that people are waiting in the wings to hurt us. It's that people don't trust us. Everybody lost the whole point of the video. I'm just so sick of people being mean.
For a bit, she appeared to be taking the internet mockery in stride, describing it as kind of funny. But that quickly changed a few days later when Talbert claimed that both her and her daughter had been receiving threats following the continued virality of the video. It got so bad that her fellow officers had to keep watch of her home in order to make sure that nobody actually tried to hurt her. Although it seems as though all of those threats were confined to the internet, as the public's attention was pulled to the next big story. It was December of 2020, and jazz musician Keon Harold was staying in Manhattan's Arlo Soho Hotel with his 14-year-old son. On the morning of the 26th, the two went down to the lobby for breakfast. But what started as an ordinary day quickly took a turn for the worse when they encountered a woman by the name of Mia Ponsetto, igniting a devastating series of events. It all started when Ponsetto noticed that her iPhone was missing. As she searched for it, she noticed Harold's son also had an iPhone. She approached them to ask about this wacky coincidence, and the confrontation quickly became heated. The hotel manager stepped in to try to de-escalate, which is when Harold began recording.
Please. Show me this is my phone. Show me. No.
You don't have to explain nothing to her.
Take the case off. That's mine. Literally, get it back. Please.
Are you kidding me? You feel like there's only one iPhone made in the world?
No. Okay, then show me the. Show me all my.
You get a life over there.
No,
what's on your Instagram?
He's not leaving. Show me the proof.
Are you kidding me?
Damn it.
Get on. Let's go, King.
I'm sorry.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
We have what you see two black people.
No, I'm not letting him walk away with my phone.
Oh my God.
Better get on somewhere.
No, please get my phone back. I cannot not have my phone.
Listen, get your ass.
The video cuts off just as Ponsetto could be seen lunging at the father and son. Harold claimed that the Karen scratched him and tackled and grabbed his child. Only a few days later, security camera footage was released, which seemed to verify this account. To make matters worse, Mia's phone was returned to her not long after the altercation, as she had accidentally left it in an Uber. Police quickly began searching for the freshly dubbed Soho Karen, asking viewers of the now viral video if they had any information on her identity or whereabouts. As the media firestorm raged, Ponsetto actually decided to speak out in her defense, conducting an interview on CBS This Morning, in which she was accompanied by her lawyer. Unfortunately for her, this did not clear her name in the way she probably hoped that it would.
I think that's a little better than what I was doing.
I'm a 22-year-old girl. Racism is, how is one girl accusing a guy about a phone?
What?
A crime.
Upon discovering her location, authorities from New York traveled to California in order to get their target, and Mia was soon arrested at a traffic stop. According to authorities after the fact, the Soho Karen continued driving for 2 blocks while being hailed, before finally deciding to pull over. She then refused to exit her vehicle when asked, allegedly slamming the door and forcing the officers to drag her from the car. She was initially charged with attempted robbery, grand larceny, acting in a manner injurious to a child, and 2 counts of attempted assault. But it wasn't until July of 2021 that Ponsetto was formally indicted on 2 counts of unlawful imprisonment as a hate crime, aggravated harassment, and endangering the welfare of a child, to which she pleaded not guilty. Her lawyer described these charges as absurd and a perversion of our legal system.
It's not going to work.
If things couldn't get worse for the 22-year-old, the Harold family then opted to file a civil lawsuit against their alleged attacker, which appears to be ongoing. As for the criminal charges, after nearly a year of legal difficulties, Ponsetto finally decided to strike a plea deal with the prosecutors in April of 2022.
Maybe I need to go back
to unlawful imprisonment as a hate crime and was sentenced to probation, court-mandated counseling, and was told to avoid interactions with the criminal justice system from that point onward. After that, she seemed more than happy to disappear from the spotlight. On July 10th, 2021, a woman named Ijeoma Ukenta posted a video to YouTube of an encounter she had with a stranger while shopping at Victoria's Secret in New Jersey's mall at Short Hill. The clip was originally uploaded to TikTok, but her account was automatically banned due to the content. The video titled Karen Goes Crazy Part 1 did not show the inciting incident which kicked off the series of events.
Oh God, no, it's you, now you are.
Oh shit.
Oh my
I saw this one too. I remember this one.
Do you see this? Oh my God, I never thought nothing like this would happen to me. She just tried to run and hit me.
And now, now she plays the victim. People are wild. Oh, you're going on the internet.
You scaring me. Like you gotta go postal.
Jesus Christ.
As time progressed, Ukenta posted more and more clips from her encounter with this woman who eventually called the police.
Look at this. Get away from me! Oh, y'all better get this lady!
Authorities eventually did arrive on the scene and attempted to defuse the situation, separating the two women. It's important to note that despite police involvement, no charges were ever filed. The videos quickly exploded in popularity, with the first one gaining over 2 million views.
Okay.
The general public appeared to take Ukenta's side, labeling her assailant Victoria's Secret Karen. The woman in question was identified as Abigail Elphick, and it was later reported that the entire ordeal had started simply because she had been asked by Ukenta not to stand so close to her while shopping. Seemingly emboldened by the overwhelming support of the internet, Ukenta soon started a GoFundMe page in order to sue Elphick, the mall, and all others who wronged her. The campaign raised over $100,000 from people who wanted to see justice done. However, not everyone was on her side. You see, when the videos started going viral, there were some viewers who took pity on Elphick. They viewed her behavior as a legitimate breakdown from a mentally ill woman, rather than the entitled temper tantrum that Ukenta was framing it as.
I mean,
and when the lawsuit
isn't a tantrum like a breakdown, right? I mean, are those really like separable?
It was finally filed in 2023. The alleged Karen's lawyer opted to take the same angle. According to the legal paperwork, Elphick was housed in a complex designed to help those suffering from mental disabilities. She reportedly had a long history of medical and psychological conditions, and was worried that Ukenta's video could jeopardize her living situation, hence her outburst.
Well, maybe don't.
Meanwhile, argued that Elphick's mental state was irrelevant, and that she had intentionally endangered their client's life by calling the police on a black woman. As of writing, this is where the situation stands. It appears at this point that things could easily go either way, both in terms of the court's decision and the public perception towards the supposed Karen.
Interesting. Yeah, I thought that one was like 4 or 5 years ago.
As the pandemic began to subside, so did the Karen sightings. It seemed that the trend was on the way out. But there was one last straggler that appeared on May 12, 2023. This is when a video was posted to Twitter that quickly exploded in popularity, depicting a heated argument between a white woman and a group of black teenagers in Manhattan over who had possession of a rented city bike.
No, record him.
Help me! Please help me!
It's not your bike.
Please help me!
It's not your bike. It's not your bike.
Please help me! Help! Please get off me!
Hey, what the what's going on, bro?
Please get off me!
Yo, don't take him, bro.
Oh, look, she's such a victim. Look, oh my gosh.
Help!
Her life is slightly inconvenienced because she took the wrong bike.
What's wrong with you? Don't touch his phone. Do not touch his phone.
I'm not touching you. You put it your stomach.
It only received more attention when a civil rights attorney shared it, including the caption.
This is unacceptable. A white woman was caught on camera attempting to steal a city bike from a young black man in NYC. She grossly tried to weaponize her tears to paint this man as a threat. This is exactly the type of behavior that has endangered so many black men in the past.
The majority of onlookers viewed this as yet another cut-and-dry case of a white woman acting entitled, and believed the teen was the one who had rightfully paid for the rental bike. The lady, dubbed City Bike Karen, was soon identified as a physician's assistant by the name of Sarah Comrie.
Not
As
anymore.
you probably already guessed, she began receiving copious amounts of threats and harassment from viewers of the video, and her employer, Bellevue Hospital, placed her on leave while they reviewed the situation. But what seemed on the surface like another obvious Karen incident was quickly turned on its head when Comrie's lawyer, Justin Marino, released evidence which showed a different version of events. According to the receipts he provided, Comrie had actually been the one to pay for the rental bike, only for it to be relocked back into the docking station a minute later. He alleged that the group of youths that she was seen arguing with had claimed that the bike was theirs, after she had paid for it and forced it back into the station, igniting the viral argument. He also added the detail that Comrie was 6 months pregnant, asking why someone in her condition would want to start a fight with a group of strangers. In response to this, one of the teens from the video, identified only as Michael, decided to share his side of the story. As he told it, he and his friends had been riding around New York City on city bikes all day, making sure to dock them every 45 minutes in order to avoid the extra extended rental fee. While they were waiting at one of these stations for their time to reset, Comrie allegedly approached them and asked if she could take one of their bikes, to which they said no. This is when he claims that she pushed past him in order to scan the QR code and claimed the bike for herself. A scuffle then ensued, resulting in the bike being forced back into the station by Michael. When he tried to take his phone and rent the bike for himself, Comrie allegedly snatched the device from his hand, which is when all hell broke loose. This is essentially where the story ends, as no charges were filed and no lawsuits attempted. While we may never know for certain what happened that day, it seems as though many people have changed allegiances and now view Sarah Comrie as the victim of the situation rather than the instigator. And with that, the Karen trends seem to stop entirely. While I'm sure there's
they pop up
worthy of the moniker
every
still
now
being
and then
produced,
for sure.
I feel the cultural zeitgeist has shifted, so people just don't really care that much anymore. The early Karens seem to be a side effect of the anti-SJW freakouts of that era, like Trigglypuff and Aid Skrillex, while the COVID resurgence was fueled by social unrest and people being cooped up inside their house needing something to gawk at. That being said, the I'd like to talk to the manager meme is well over a decade old at this point. And
really? Oh my god. It's so old. It's over a decade old now. Fuck, dude. We're nearly halfway through the 20s. God damn it.
Iteration of the entitled middle-aged white woman trope. It'll be interesting to see if these stereotypes persist as Gen X matures and millennials move into middle age, which I see pretty likely.
Okay, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna go eat something, but I'll be back later. Take it easy.